psychology of it that based on the results today, I am predicting that the party is going to be ahead come Wednesday, based on the results that came out this morning, which shows that the majority of Jamaicans. Do you have the figures, Scratchy?
No, I don't have them with me right now, but could you share them
No,
so that our viewers?
I don't have them either. I'm actually not even prepared for the program. I just did the notes. It takes me 2 hours.
I mean, when we come back on later, we could have the figures by later, but
Yes,
I didn't get a time to fully go through it. I was just hearing some little snip snaps here and there.
right, and a lot of the supporters having heard those numbers are falling into a panic, and I'm going to tell them why the numbers look good. The said numbers that they
Paul Shirley says, tell her what you want and she'll type it.
no, what I want are the figures from the Blue Dot polls.
The figures from the Blue Dot poll, Paul Shirley.
That came out this morning, showing that the majority are Jamaicans. And the Blue Dot people did something interesting because they went from parish to parish to gauge how those people are thinking.
I believe St. Thomas gave us our biggest rating.
St. Thomas?
Yes.
Right.
48% or something like that from St. Thomas.
Right. So when I did the analysis this morning, I could not find any poll in Jamaica's recent history that the majority of Jamaicans would have suggested that the party in power, that the country was heading in the right direction.
I mean, what I like about the Blue Dot poll was how they break it down, because I was listening and they said that majority of the respondents who said that the country wasn't going in the right direction were staunch PNP supporters.
Okay, I wonder if the Blue Dot team is able to tell us of the 1,500 persons that they polled. How many are, well, I think they are registered voters, but I wonder if they are able to tell us how many of those persons are supporters of the Labour Party.
But what struck me the most, when they asked if the country is going in the right direction, majority of the respondents were JLP supporters. I believe they said that 5% was PNP supporters who said, yes, the country is going in the right direction.
All right. So this phenomenon, Scratchy, is not unique to Jamaica. I want the listeners to understand that when a pollster, that is why I don't do polls, I do forecasting. Forecasting is a lot more accurate than polling, because polling brings out people's individual perception.
Yes.
So this idea that the poll is a negative to the party is false.
Yes, I don't think it's a negative. I mean, I have one area of concern regarding the poll, a figure that came out as well, neighbor, that I'm very concerned about. Where it said that 18% of the persons who said the country is going in the wrong direction said that they were JLP supporters.
You're saying that 18% of Labourites feel that the country is heading in the wrong direction?
That's what the poll said, yes.
Well, that is concerning and requires some analysis.
Yeah, that's the key point that I was looking at as well.
Paul Shirley, you say, is online with the figures? I do not have the figures with me, but I want to. All right, let's go. So the phenomenon of is not a unique thing. It is perception, really, that the pollster picks up versus reality. So the percentage gap, the perception gap, people's perception of the country's direction might not align with actual economic and social indicators. So, for example, Scratchy, the man who is only earning $15,000 a week, there is no way that man is happy with his social status. Would you agree?
Yes, most definitely.
Correct. So then for him, he sees his individual circumstances
Yes.
as that of the country. So for him, he's going to say it is heading in the wrong direction. Do you
Most
understand what
definitely.
I'm saying?
Most definitely.
Right. So this gap can be due to various factors, such as
Yes.
limited access to information. You remember we have been speaking about that?
Yes. Yes.
So if a man don't have the information, how is he going to give a response to the pollster? How many persons, for example, that were polled have access to correct information, right?
Yes.
And then the coverage in the media is biased. You remember we have been speaking about the biasness
Very much so.
of media coverage. You
Yes.
understand me? In other words, the things that make the headlines in Jamaica are not the things that are positive. They are the things that are negative, eh?
Yes. That's our culture.
Right. So then it is a perception gap that the pollsters are picking up. So it's personal experiences that differ from the national trend. Because wouldn't you say, Scratchy, that nationally things are moving in the right direction?
I
Nationally.
mean, not only we, but yes, I would agree with that. But if you look at even Statin reports, Statin is saying that consumer confidence is up, but yet still a poll is saying that persons are not saying that the country is going in the right direction. So we're getting some form of contradiction there.
Right. So there is dissonance between individual realities and the reality of the country's position and state.
Yeah.
And I am suggesting that the bias reporting of media houses, because when media houses do not report facts and they do not report the things that are really happening, then they are helping to shape public opinion and perceptions, and then personal experiences that differs from the national trend. How then, Scratchy, is the party to respond to this first point of perception versus reality? I am suggesting to my listeners that the poll is measuring perception, not reality.
Most
Okay?
definitely, the poll is
And
perception, not
the
reality.
perception is as a result of not sufficient access to
Yeah.
the info. For example,
I mean,
I
a
only
neighbor,
learned last week. Hold on.
a neighbor, even if they do have access, to the information, these polls are done based on party line and partisan line.
I only learned last week that we increased employment in Jamaica by 150,000 persons. I
Yes.
only learned that.
Yes.
I think Churchill was the one who brought those figures to me. So information. We do not live in a society where people are given information in order to make decisions.
Yes.
And therefore, the perception carries on, especially in an environment where, and I'm going to get to this, where the opposition feeds that perception.
Most definitely, the opposition.
You get where I am at?
Yes, most definitely. The opposition feeds in that perception that things is not going right, things is not going well. So hence that perception will have a ripple effect on their supporters.
Correct. So on all of the measurements, all of the indices of government, it is positive. So in the area of crime, it is positive. In the area of economic development, it is positive. In the area of infrastructure, it is positive. In the area of health, it is positive. In the area of job creation, it is positive. Yet the perception remains in the society. Is it Scratchy that that people's expectation of the government is too high?
I wouldn't say maybe not the expectation of the government, but maybe the expectation of themselves.
No, but then are they expecting? One of the things that social media has done and the opening up of the global world to us is that we compare other countries to ourselves. And sometimes I think these comparisons are unreal. You know, we watch a lot of American TV, and we see the successes in other nations, and we sometimes believe that these same successes should be happening in our own country.
Or sometimes, neighbor, I believe that we base if the country is going in the right direction based on our own personal needs over a national sense, and think that that's where we're going wrong as well.
Amantha, girl, I see you, and I agree. All right. So we have perception versus reality. So the reality is not what the pollsters pick up. I want the listeners to understand that it is not reality that is being picked up, but perception. And perception is shaped. You know, you shape people's opinion, and then you get that opinion. And secondly, there is what you call unmet expectations. So despite the positive indicators, people might feel that their personal circumstances have not improved significantly. I think somebody the other day spoke of individualism. How
Yes.
is your personal circumstances vis-a-vis the national trends? You see what I'm saying, Swachi?
Exactly.
Right. So if you look in the car marks and you see lots of cars there, that's a sign of economic progress. But you're not driving. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. The
You're
road,
not
the road, the
driving
road,
one of
the
the
road's
cars,
being
and
fixed.
maybe,
The road's
eh?
being fixed. You're not driving, so you don't see that as improvement or anything.
Thank you. And so you have never been sick. So you have never gone to the
Access
hospital.
healthcare.
You have not accessed, or you have never accessed healthcare when people were virtually dying, you know, in the waiting room because of the lack of service at that point. You see where I am. So it is your personal circumstances that you are using to answer a question of a national perspective.
Exactly.
What the pollsters are asking is Jamaica. They're asking about Jamaica.
Exactly.
They're not asking you about your individual circumstances.
And I think that question, I think the persons being posed are not understanding that question. They're more thinking that it's more have to do with their personal self than a national issue.
Right. And so when a person asks you, is the country going in the right direction? The pollster is not asking you about your situation.
Exactly.
The pollster is asking you to take a look at Jamaica,
and
the island of Jamaica. And I don't see how 18% of Labour Party supporters could look at a question like that and say it is in the wrong direction. You see that this is why I talk to people about educating people, you know. I talk to people every time about if you don't get people to be critical thinkers, if you don't get people to be able to analyze issues, then you risk, you know, coming out with nonsense like this.
And they said that last year, 18%, no, it was 20% last year.
Uh-huh.
And it dropped now to 18%.
Drops to 18%.
Yes, the 5% PNP who said that it's going in the right direction remain the same as last year.
Right. So there is a disconnect, therefore, Scratchy, between national progress and individual experiences. Yeah?
Most definitely.
There is a disconnect between national progress. And this is why it is so important that the party understands that it has to take the people along. You cannot leave the people along in the national project. The national project, which is Jamaica, the building of a nation, requires that leaders take people along. You have to explain to people what is happening. If there is a delay in fixing a road, you must tell the people why there is a delay. Get them to understand that there is a procurement process. You don't have to use the word procurement because that may be too big. But tell them that before you can fix the road, you have to get it approved by the contractor. You have to put it out to tender. You have to tell them what is happening, not true?
And because in real fact, neighbor, a lot of persons don't understand the process of government, you know.
Yes.
A lot of persons don't understand the protocols of government. So we as government, you have to make sure that you clear up these things. Don't let these persons, I say the moment you give these persons to form their own perception, it's not going to be anything good.
Right. So the perception remains negative. For example, I mean, when this poll was taken, it was taken sometimes I think in January. There was we had a lot of bad roads, but you notice that the roads are being fixed now. That perception has changed.
Yes, drastically.
Right. So this disconnect between national progress and individual experience can lead to dissatisfaction. Unmet expectation is what it is picked up. So it's an individualistic view.
I mean, but neighbor, how do we, the question should be, how do we let the normal person who said that the country is going in the wrong direction, how do we let him know that he doesn't have a car, he doesn't go to the hospital very often to get a checkup or anything, he's not accessing any of the educational facilities or know what is going on? How do we let a person like that know that these national issues also benefit you in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah.
Despite you not having a car, the roads being fixed still benefit you. How do we break down that to a person now?
And I'm suggesting to you, sir, that part of the responsibility of government and of party operatives is to take the people along. You know, Scratchy, if you lose your job, you have to sit with your family, your wife and your children, and get them to understand that this has happened to you, but here is what you are going to be doing in the meantime. Yeah? You leadership is also about followership, you know. There can be distance or dissonance between vision and visual. What is your vision has to be visualized, you know? And so in the visualizing of the vision, this is where you bring the people along, because you do not want people to be disconnected. You know, sir, in the Bible, David at one point came to Ziklag, and Ziklag was burned down, and his men wanted to stone him. In other words, they blamed him for something he had no control over. Yeah. Uneasy is the head, they say, that wears the crown. So leaders have to understand that leadership is also about followership. It is the people that you must get to understand what is happening, how it happens, so that they do not lose faith in the process. Right?
Exactly.
So if it is that they have to wait, say to them, I am announcing this today. However, it is going to take 3 or 4 months to pass through a process. And the reason why it is important that it pass through this process is to avoid nepotism and corruption. Yes? And kickbacks. Right? So we put some bureaucratic processes in place. And these bureaucratic processes are tedious. They take time, but at the end of the day, if you just be patient, you're going to see it happen. And therefore,
to be fair, I have seen the Prime Minister doing that. I've seen a couple of interviews with the Prime Minister where he's talking about the water projects, and he's telling the persons that it have to tender, and then it have to this, and then I see the Prime Minister explaining and telling persons the process that they have to wait. So it's not just that they want water is going to come tomorrow.
Right. So you make a promise, and then having made the promise, you don't leave it there. You have to get people to understand how this promise is going to be fulfilled.
Yeah, we have to be following up. But also, neighbor, these polls, do you think that we're going to continue to get these negative impacts towards the government because persons are answering these polls not objectively or honestly, but on a party like partisan line?
Well, you can't avoid the partisanship. But remember that I said to you that my expectation, based on the numbers that I saw released today, is that the party is going to come out ahead come Wednesday. That's what I'm trying to explain. You see, it's the psychology of it that I want my listeners to understand. I want them to understand that it is not reality that people are actually saying. It's a disconnect between what is real and happening in the country against their own personal experiences. So the third thing, Scratchy, is what is called socioeconomic factors, because in the society, Scratchy, there is income inequality. You realize that?
Yes.
Yeah. So although unemployment is low, income inequality might be a concern. Do you follow where I am at?
Yeah, yes, most definitely.
Right. So then the man who got a pay increase and is earning $300,000 per month, his perception of Jamaica is going to be different from the man who is getting $15,000 per week, and he spends most of that to buy food, and he has 3 children to go to school. It is not sufficient for him.
Yes.
You see, and therefore his views at this time is that my individual circumstances is not the best, and therefore the country is headed in the wrong direction. You know, sister, the very question that the pollster put to the people is nonsensical.
I mean, yes. I mean, our question, like a question of that, should have some form of follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Or you should make it clarity. Some form of clarity should be shared with whoever your poll. That we're not asking you about your personal situation. We're asking you about nationally.
So you have to broaden the question.
Yeah.
So that
my next question, neighbor, is how do the hierarchy of the Jamaica Labour Party take a poll like this? Would you be concerned after realizing that how many percent said the wrong direction again? 48%?
Yes.
Yes, but would you be concerned after now the pollster, to give the pollster some form of justice, the pollster break it down by telling you 60 to 70% of these persons are dieted PNP supporters?
Yes. So somebody's saying that income inequality happens everywhere in the world. Yes, that is correct. But you have to understand where Jamaica is coming from in terms.
Bridget says 42% is a lot. I understand that 42% is a lot, but
yes,
the mere fact that these persons are persons who say that they are 60% or 70% say that they are dieted PNP supporters, do you think that this do you think that these persons are honest, or they were just biased and just using their partisan to say that?
Yes, I see a lot of people want to join us, and I just want to complete the preamble before we take you on, because I think we don't want to get into, we don't want to lose the value.
That is my main concern, neighbor. How does the Jamaica Labour Party take this poll, with the fact that, because I must give some form of justice to Blue Dot. I like how they break it down and tell you that of the 42%, 68% who said yes were PNP supporters. You know, that gives you a better understanding of where the poll is.
Yes, I heard a caller on this morning suggesting that the party has allowed the opposition to determine the narrative. You see this. You listen. A lot of people don't understand politics. A lot of people that we see at chat, you know, them don't even understand politics. You can't blame the opposition for trying to muddy the water. You know, Scratchy.
Politics is a tricky game. It's a tricky sport. So
yes.
You're gonna try to play in the minds of your opponents at all time as you can.
And one of the things that you need to do is to ensure that the people that support you have the information. How can
yes, that's it. Disseminate. This is how we put out the information and how it is received as well.
Yes. Right. So in income inequality, as we get back. So if significant portions of the population feels that they are not benefiting from the economic growth, they may view the country as heading in the wrong direction. Have we not said, Scratchy, over some programs that the minimum wage is a factor, and although it is inflationary, but we're probably really going to have to look at how can we bring some more relief to those people.
Yes, we talk about that on previous programs, saying that persons are not satisfied with the minimum wage. Persons are not satisfied with the cost of living right now. They feel like the minimum wage is not in line with the cost of living right now.
Yes.
But at the same time, again, as we talk about we information, I think that government need to come forward and let these persons know that we understand that, yes, the minimum wage is not at the level where it should be or where we want it to be. But at the same time, you have to let persons know that the minimum wage cannot go above our economy, or where our economy is at right now, or we grow and where we balance. We have to make sure that there's a balance between the minimum wage and what we can offer. Remember now, neighbor, raising the minimum wage, the government can come tomorrow morning and say, put the minimum wage at 25,000. But the government has to bear in mind that most of these entities that support persons who get minimum wage are small and medium-sized businesses. Can these companies?
Isn't this a difficult thing though, Scratch? Because income inequality and the cost of living has created a perception in people's individual lives that their personal positions are not improving. Is it not something that it's a major thing that the government must act at first of all? You have to be empathetic to this reality that the cost of living in Jamaica is a challenge, and when you pair that with income inequality, do you recognize therefore that for many Jamaicans there is going to be a perception that things not going to right for them?
Yeah, but what we need to ask ourselves, neighbor, is the country in a position to raise the minimum wage to a more level wage then, to match what its cost of living is right now? Can the country do that? Would that derail our economic strides that we're making and throw us off guard? Would that is the question that we need to ask. Because if it's a case where the country can do it and they're not doing, then I am with the people to complain. But what
yes,
if the country is not in that position?
And probably later on this week we could discuss the factors involved in that. But what we are saying though, my friend, is that when a pollster puts a question to me and asks me if the country is going in the right direction, if I am getting $15,000 per week and I have to deal with the cost of living reality that is on the ground, I am not going to say yes. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that. Most persons are going to say yes.
But that does not mean, Scratchy, that person is necessarily going to vote against the government.
Yes, that does not. Yeah. Most and it's a lot of factors, neighbor. It all depends on. Come back down to what you classify and what you define as going in the right direction as well.
Into voter support.
Yes.
Because your wife may tell you that she don't like the direction you take in the family, but it don't mean that she's going to leave you.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying to you. You may not like what the driver is doing, but you don't get out of the car.
Yes, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So we have to get people to understand that this is not to be translated into voter support for the opposition or a vote against the party. Chuck wants us to
yes, that's a good point. That's what I want Jamaican persons to understand, that the mere fact that they say that 42% say the country is going in the wrong direction. This doesn't translate.
Can I say something before
Bridget, before you come on, Chuck, Bridget, and please guys remember, I can't stay until for more than an hour. I just wanted to come on to psychoanalyze the polls, and we're going to be doing this every day. So Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Hello, neighbor Chuck.
Hello.
One Scratchy. All the Barites, all what
bless up.
When I analyze it, you see, neighbor, I was saying to a girlfriend of mine this morning, I don't know if it is a Jamaican culture, because as you said, hello, neighbor, that for all the polls you have gone way back, I don't think that question has ever been positive.
Correct.
Because I think it's a Jamaican culture. And I was telling my girlfriend this morning, you call John now and you give John $1 million. John goes to the bank and put on $1 million and him doing him thing. And I called John, the same person, you know, tomorrow. I said, John, what go on? Why not go on, you know? That's a thing because it's a Jamaican culture. So even though they may see something going on, I think it's just a Jamaican thing to say, not nah go on. You understand?
Exactly.
But I saw another Vox spot that they did with random people in the street the other day. And the interviewer was asking people, you know, how they felt, and most of the person, and I don't think it was a JLP or PNP thing. It probably was just a random person asking persons in the street, and people are saying that yes, I see they gave positive reviews that yes, I see things going on. I see my road being fixed and so on. So probably as neighbor said, when this poll was done in January, the roads wasn't never start fixed yet and so on. So everything was sort of, you know, stagnant. That is why probably we get that result. Maybe, maybe not. But that is what I analyze.
Thank you so much. So the point we made before you come in, Chuck, is that there is a disconnect between the national Project Jamaica, and people's individual perception or reality. So the reality is
Project Jamaica and Project Me.
Yes, exactly, Chuck.
Project
so
Jamaica
the
and
reality
Project
is that hold on. The reality is that we have made significant progress as a nation, but there are individuals who look on and see the success or successes of others and want that same thing. Some of it are bad mind, you know. You know, and therefore they answer the question not in view of what is happening in Jamaica, but where they are at this time. It could be that them wake up in a mood that is just bad, and so for them that in that minute it is not reflective of the national trend. But also, Chuck, before you come in, we are admitting that in a country where there is a gap between income inequality and cost of living that is under control but could be better, we have to understand that people's individual lives and perception may be what they are using to answer this question. Go ahead, sir.
All right. First thing, how scientific do you think our polling in Jamaica is? If we watch, as I say, I follow politics in other countries, and I see when they're doing polls, they can break it down to the finest point, you know, employ, unemploy, college student with a degree, college student with a drop out after X, and they have all that information. Our pollsters in Jamaica, when are these polls done? During the day. So who do they capture? The unemployed persons. Do they go to New Kingston or they go to the heart of the city where people are working and ask those questions? No. These questions are done in neighborhoods during the day. So who will they catch in these polls? Either the unemployed or the unemployable. Right? So I think if we were to get a true snapshot of what happened, we need to be more scientific in our polling. As in try to capture, we can say, 10% of those who poor were unemployed, or 10% of those who poor were this political, you know, break it down. Stop going into the communities when everybody has gone to work and ask the unemployed people about the direction of the country. Asking people sit down and can about the direction of the country. Right? Now, I am not dismissing poll. And when I tell you about poll, neighbor, I speak from personal experience because I have worked in the field before, so I know and I understand how they are done, right? So until we start to break down the poll and to rephrase the questions, these
Yes,
questions that are asked, they are what you call open-ended questions.
yes.
They are open-ended questions. Is the country going in the right direction? How do you know what I consider to be the right direction?
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Yes.
Right? So our polling, the scientific
And
part of
wouldn't
our
you,
polling
wouldn't
needs
you
to be
agree
up.
that for many persons, going in the right direction is never going to happen until
Is
they
never.
start driver markets.
Thank you. That is it.
Right,
And Chuck,
right,
and Chuck,
right.
these
That is what
persons
I
are
was
answering the
saying.
question based on partisan level as well. A PNP is not going to tell you that the country is going in the right direction.
That also.
Chuck, what we should look at, is the 60% according to the poll that say they were diet with PNP.
60%, yes. Nationally, 60% of them are diated PNP who say the country not going in the right direction.
Yeah. So
So
when you're gonna poll that now, you don't
that number we have to look at.
All right, listen. In America, when you run a poll for the American election, they will tell you where they poll national issues different from political issues. Right? And they will tell you, say, nationally, 70% of persons support this, but it is supported by 90% Republican and 10% Democrat. That's how you get these things. So the information is out there. So 42%.
Someone said it's 73%. Someone said it's 73%.
80% out of that 42%
No, it's
is PNP
60%,
supporters.
Carl.
Right?
60%.
Right?
Bridget and Scratchy.
And we need to find a more scientific way to bring out our poll. It needs to be broken down finer.
Yes. We'll get back to that, Chuck. But the psychological and emotional factors here now. Pessimism, people tend to focus more on negative news and experiences, which can create a pessimistic outlook. This bias can influence their perception of the country's direction. Do you think that the PNP has been able to infuse pessimism into the psyche of the Jamaican people, and therefore they are losing the positive outlook that they have?
100% yes, neighbor.
Yes.
100%. And it's not just the PNP. We've had the discussion before where I said the mainstream media have to take a lot of the blame.
Before you came on, we
Yeah.
spoke about
The mainstream
bias-
media is
the
one of
biased media, the biased media, and now we're talking about what is the opposition's impact in creating pessimism in Jamaica. In other words, has it been able to convince many Jamaicans that not one?
Yeah.
They have been able to convince.
You see that?
Yeah.
Neighbor, what I said this to you. I said there's 3 different type of voters. They have the party base, that the PNP base, the JLP base, and the independent. JLP base vote for the JLP. PNP base vote for the PNP. The independent vote for government. So the PNP, not just the PNP, and believe me, neighbor, the PNP play a minuscule role in this. It is the media that believe that they sell more newspapers.
So we have been successful. Studies. We have been successful in Jamaica in painting a picture of negativism.
Yes.
Of pessimism to our people. That our people don't even recognize that the wool has been pulled over their eyes, man.
All right.
Exactly. That is it.
Prime example. 1 minute, Chuck. Prime example. The Prime Minister gave out over more than 300, about, I'm going to say 350 houses. Since I think this year, is it this year? Anyway, probably overall. And the media did not, neighbor, highlight one of those ceremonies. I don't think so. But you know what they did? They go and find one house that had some technical problems with the contractor, and that is a house the media highlight to the nation about discrepancies that they had with the house, the negative
Yes.
view. You understand me?
But I said to Scratchy earlier that politics in and of itself is persuasive. It's about persuading people. And there is a
Exactly.
reality that we have to understand in politics, that you can't necessarily blame the opposition for playing politics, you know.
No.
Politics
But
is
neighbor,
a nasty game.
neighbor, again, that's why I'm telling you, neighbor, that
But there, this is where the media
PMP,
comes in, Chuck. This is
thank
where
you.
the media comes in,
The
right?
The
media, all right.
media is supposed to offer a
Guys,
balance.
Chuck,
Me-
I think
They're supposed
that
to be balanced, but they're not.
hold on. I think that what I can say is the media is, especially mainstream media. I'm not talking about social media now. Mainstream media should be that gap between passing on the correct information to the citizenry.
Yes.
Mainstream media shouldn't be that biased where a normal common man don't know what is going on. If you don't know something, mainstream media should be your main source of getting that form of information, but it's not.
Right.
Mainstream media has failed us miserably. That's all I can say.
They're failed us.
So where we are today in Project Jamaica is that there are some persons that continue to infuse into the minds of Jamaicans
No, go on.
a view that we are not making progress. Although the facts points otherwise, they have been successful in doing that. You know, I have said to people, you know, that illiteracy is a threat to democracy.
Exactly.
Don't educate people and get people to read,
Exactly.
research, and come up with their own opinions. We are going to be threatened. This democracy is going to be threatened. All right? Because when you have people running around the country making up noise and telling people all type of stupidness, they are not able, they don't have autonomy to make decisions on their own, then they will believe a lie. And if a lie keeps itching in your ears, after a time, you believe it. Because one of the things that I see happening in Jamaica, you know, and I think Trump did this brilliantly in America with the what them call them, people coming across the border illegally.
Mm-hmm.
Or the immigrant.
Yeah, when you create fear in
Fear
people,
factor.
the fear factor, you make
Yeah.
them think, my God, the thing of a mash up. Andrew Holness a thief. If go up, some people believe these things, you know.
Yes, because the
People
PNP
believe
has
Keep on saying it,
has pushed
and
that
they
out
say
there
it, and they
perfectly.
say it in different forms. They say it in different forms. They just don't say it one way, no. They say it in different forms.
And because again, Bridget,
Mm-hmm.
you have a Satan Campbell now who goes on a political platform and talk all type of madness, and the media give those things coverage.
Mm-hmm.
When everyone sit down in their living room 7 o'clock to listen to the media to get information, the media is broadcasting these things.
Question, Scratchy and Neighbor and Chuck. I probably missed it, but the Jamaica Labour Party had a press conference this morning. Was the Gleaner at that press conference?
I don't know,
I'm
but
not
maybe
sure.
I think so.
I did not hear they ask a question, so I am wondering if they were there.
Yes.
The Jamaica Labour Party is being sidelined by mainstream media.
We can get back to that, but
Okay, go ahead.
we have to contextualize.
Carl said no, they wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
We have to contextualize the factors, Scratchy. In other words, the timing of the poll. You have to look at the timing of the poll. When was the poll done? What was the mood in the country at the time? You have to look at current events. You have to look at the opposition activism. Opposition activism affects what is happening on the ground. And then you have to look at social media trend. What is trending in social media? All these have an impact on people's responses. And
Yeah,
so
but
my suggestion to the Blue Dot team is that they don't go asking random questions, because you are not going to get in this environment the correct responses. That you look at focus groups and do qualitative or quantitative interviews where you sit with people and you have a discussion. You have to put before people the facts. You understand me? So when you say to a man, is Jamaica going in the right direction? And him say to you, no or yes, that cannot be, that cannot be something that we should take seriously. If you, for example, sit with a group of people and you discuss with them the issues are on the ground, you point to them that the economy has grown by this percent, you point to them some other factors that are happening, I bet you say their perception will change. I bet you.
Yeah.
But as I said earlier, as I said before, neighbor, the most concerning part of the poll to me is the 5% who said that of PNP supporters who said that yes, the country is in a good direction, compared to the 18% who said that they are Jamaica Labour Party supporters who said that the country is in a wrong direction.
Right. So people are joining us all the time. What we are analyzing.
That's my concern. That 18% is my concern. Why? How are we failing that 18%? What is that 18% really looking for? What is their definition of moving in the right direction? These are some different factors that make up this as much as all the posters.
I think, Scratchy, that some people, if they don't get personal benefit, they don't think the country is going in the right direction.
Maybe, Bridget, you have to cut about maybe the poster then should personalize the question then instead of making the question that broad.
As neighbor mentioned today that the roads are fixing, but if I don't drive a car, it doesn't matter me.
For fantastic.
All right.
Let us for the benefit before you come. Let us for the benefit of those who are joining. Go back home. So we are suggesting that the phenomenon of people suggesting that their country is going in the wrong direction is not unique to Jamaica. Quite frankly, it is nothing to be alarmed about. If you see the figure like
I'm not concerned. Yeah.
If you see the figure like 60 or 70%, then it becomes more concerning. But when it is at 40% in a country of 3 million people, that is a positive for the government. Remember me telling you that.
And majority of them PNP supporters.
But you're not concerned about the 40%?
No, I am not. I'm explaining why I am not concerned about 40%. Within that 40%, there are about half of it that no matter what Jamaica do, it could be streets of gold. They will not say yes because they are PNP supporters.
And Bridget, I'm not concerned either because they said that 60% of them are PNP supporters, so I'm not really concerned either.
Right. Hold on, let me just have a small interjection here, please. I don't have a lot of time, please. I just want to make some clarification here, and the host is right. That question, in my opinion, should be eliminated.
Exactly.
Okay? Because never in the history of polling in Jamaica, when that question is being asked, we get a positive response. Every poll, it doesn't matter who is the government, not a majority, a plurality always say that the country is going in the wrong direction. Okay, that's point number one. Point number two, I listened keenly to the poll results this morning, okay? 73% of the People's National Party supporters say that the country is going in the wrong direction.
They would never say anything else.
Huh?
They would never say anything else.
Right. I'm just making a correction here. And then
Thank you, Paul. I thought it was 60%. Thank you.
No, and then that's 60%. That's a matter of fact, it is 62% of the Labour Party supporters say the country is heading in the right direction. Okay? But what we need to look at, right? As I've been saying this morning, that there are still some positive in those numbers in comparison to the poll last year. I think last year September. Okay, last year September when Blue Dot poll went into the field. Okay, it was 27% of the respondents that says that the country is heading into the right direction. 27%.
Yes.
4 months later, it is now up to 32%. That's an increase of 5 percentage points. Okay? In terms of people responded who say that the country is heading in the wrong direction, the last time it was 47%. No, that is now down to 42%. So what that is saying, that there is a growing in confidence towards the Labour Party. It's like a shift is coming back to the Labour Party.
When was the last poll, Carl?
I'm
I
trying
think it
to
was last
remember.
September. I'm not talking Dun Anderson poll. I'm talking Blue Dot poll.
Blue
Yeah,
Dot.
so
Yeah,
Last
Blue
year
Dot.
September. Last year
between
September.
September and January,
Right.
there is a 2% reduction in perception.
Yes.
Yes. 2%. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
The 5%
but
was on January. Right. Good, yeah.
is it not nonsensical, really, to look at this and suggest that it translates into voter support?
Definitely, you're right. Because you said it a while ago, right? If you have a country, and you're right, this negative outlook in terms of governmental performance is not unique to Jamaica. And you're right.
Correct.
Now, look at it from a numerical perspective, right? You have 42% of your respondents, right? That says the country is heading in the wrong direction. Okay? 26% say they do not have an opinion. Okay? So 26 and 42, that's 68%, right? So 32% is saying it's going in the right direction. That is not so much a bad
Is
outlook.
it likely, Carl, that the persons who say they don't know, probably the greater majority of them would
It's
say
for it.
yes?
Yes.
Because if it
Carl,
was
what's the
going in the wrong
percentage of
direction,
the percentage of
they
who
would
don't know? How much
automatically
is
say
that?
no. Huh?
How much is the don't know? How much percentage is that?
26%.
How much?
26%.
Oh, 26. Okay.
Right. So if you add 26 and 42, that's 68. So 32
Yes.
is saying that the country is going in the right direction. Right.
Okay.
Yes. So yes, basically those 26%, they could have easily said it's going in the wrong direction, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Didn't they say that? So you could easily put them into the column of the people that say it's going in the wrong direction. We don't want to go there yet. Still, we don't want to
And Carl, I think the best way to also look at the poll is the mere fact how the Blue Dot break down the poll by parish. That way we could have a better understanding of what is affecting these parishes, why they decide to go in the right direction.
Yes, that is very, very true. Because if you notice in St. Thomas, the respondents are somewhat more positive.
Yes, we got the highest mark in St. Thomas.
Right, good.
Help us, Carl, to understand the perception versus the reality.
John, mute your mic a little bit, darling. There's noise in John's background.
And what we speak of individualism in the fact that I also would want you to get your comment on the whole matter of income inequality and the cost of living and how this would affect people's perception, individual perception.
Neighbor,
you said it this morning.
1 minute. Mute John. She's noise is disturbing. I can.
Is Philippian online? I think she's
Yeah. Okay.
Philippian could just do that.
Okay, better. Thank you. Go ahead now, Carl.
Yes. Yeah, you're right, because there's a distinction with people's daily lives as against in comparison to the progress of the country. Some people don't link that. If they are having things good, they will say that the country is heading in the wrong direction. I think Chuck and yourself pointed that out correctly that not so long ago. If somebody get up and have a bad day and you ask him that question, obviously they're going to say the country is going in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
Right? And Chuck make a profound point that most of these polls are done during the course of the week. I don't know how much it has done over the weekend. Some of those people who are polled are people that are unemployed or people that are unemployable. So we have to look at that as well. But that question, I do not like that question, because we as Jamaican people predominantly, even when we see
More, could you mute, please?
I'm being distracted.
Fillmore.
Yeah, Philippians manager. Carl, talk to us though about the reality of this individual perception, where for individuals, I use the example of the person working $15,000 and he drives fast. You ever go to Mandeville yet, sir, and see car marts?
Yes,
And,
man. I'm
and
from Mandeville. You know.
Actually,
I'm from
yeah,
Mandeville.
so he sees these
Yes, sir.
cars
Right.
and he does not see himself as in a position at any time to buy one of them, and he wants a car. So for him, how do you tell him
that
that
the
the country
country
is
is
going
going in the right
in the
direction.
right
Yeah, that's
direction?
true. That's true. That's
Because
true. That's true.
him have to take the bus and wait on the taxi. We don't we have to begin to explain more to people how the economy works, and
Right.
how it is that they can empower themselves through the opportunities that the government has put out there, so that they are going to be in a position to buy a car.
And that is why I said earlier, neighbor and Carl, that when the Voxpot went on the road the other day, they actually interviewed working people.
Yes.
And their perception about the
Road.
country was far different.
Yes. I saw it.
Because, yeah, their perception was totally
But
different. Because
aren't these the people that vote, Carl? Aren't these the people that vote more than anyone else? These low income.
you mean the stay-home persons?
No, man, the people who for them their income
Yeah, you could be right.
constantly are under pressure.
Yeah, they form a significant part of the vote, the electorate, but we are losing where that is concerned, because
Yes.
a lot of people who are benefiting from the economy, they do not turn up to the polls.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should.
And the
And then
thing is,
and
they
then
also
it's
keep
left,
very
right.
quiet, Carl.
So, Carl, with that said, Carl, wouldn't it be safe then to say that the poster directly is targeting these persons who are at the bottom of the chain then?
No, I don't think they're doing that deliberately, and I wouldn't say that. I would say that they're doing that deliberately. They just go out and poll people generally. But I think what they ask, what is key, they ask each respondent if they are registered to vote, right? So they know that they're talking directly to people who are going to go to the polling booth if they so decide, or if they are motivated.
And
But
how can we know even that some of them are telling the truth to you, Carl? Because you know Jamaicans already.
Well,
They
that
tell
is-
you what you want to hear.
That is true, That is true. But sometime too, if people are angry and is frustrated, they are going to tell you their mind. They're not going to hide it. I agree with you. All right, they're not going to hide it. But you see, people more. I don't. Richard Curry. Do you know Richard Curry, the counselor from down St. Mary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last year after the conclusion of the local government election, he was on Cliff Hughes Live, and he was saying that they went for this lady
Yeah.
that had just benefited from the new social housing program.
Mm-hmm.
And she said clearly that she's not going to vote. If she's going to vote, she has to be paid.
They have to pay her.
So we need to have a little bit more patriotism in our country. I think they need to bring back civics in school for the children to know what it entails to be good, upstanding citizen, and must participate in the electoral process. Because when the middle class does not participate in the electoral process, it leaves people, who don't care. They just vote straight along party lines.
Party line, yeah.
To the detriment of the country. Right?
Now, how would you say, Carl, that the pessimistic outlook, because this pessimistic outlook is not in concord with the views of the Statistical Institute, the institutions that measure progress in Jamaica, the IMF, the World Bank, other Caribbean countries, this pessimistic view that the poll has captured. What would you say?
Because those institutions and the common man don't use the same instrument to judge the government performance.
Mhm.
Yes, but that is what the government has trumpeted. You know, how would you say that this pessimistic outlook that has formed in the minds of Jamaica, what is responsible for that? And would you say that the opposition has largely been responsible to infuse it in people's minds?
Yes, the
Well,
opposition
let
plays
me
a
go
key
on.
role in
Yeah.
the deception and the lies and the propaganda.
Well, the pessimistic view is not a just come phenomenon that has been in our politics from 1944.
Never since.
Especially when it proliferates throughout the 70s and the 80s. People just have a general negative view of politicians. Most people just think they are
Yeah.
thieves, they are non-responsive, they don't care, they think that they are better than everyone else. So people just generally have that view. But I
Are
think
you
what
are
is
you saying
different,
that the pessimistic or what the pollsters have picked up is not necessarily about the country, but about politics?
yes,
Exactly.
yes,
Yes.
yes,
It,
yes,
it, it is
yes,
the
yes,
negative view
yes,
of
yes, yes,
politics.
yes,
Exactly.
yes,
Yes.
No matter
exactly,
who is there,
absolutely,
will
right,
have nothing to do with them.
exactly,
Exactly.
that is it. Because,
Mm.
right, exactly. So we do, yes,
I
you're
don't know
putting
if
it
it
right, Camilla.
matters who is there, I'm not sure about that part.
Because to go by something that Bridget said earlier, and neighbor and Carl, last year, 2023, I saw a Vox spot where persons went downtown and they were talking to the Eagles. Always thing looking the worst Christmas. That was 2023 now. Forward now to 2024 December. The same Vox spot go again. Always thing look the worst Christmas. Last year did better. Didn't remember that they just said that last year nothing go on, but they say
Every
no.
year that
Last year
is
was
so,
much
man.
better than time here.
Yeah, man.
So
Every year, every
it's just the
Christmas
reality
like
of
that,
how
man.
we are as Jamaicans.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
so.
yes, yes.
I
Every
think so.
Christmas, every Christmas, the last Christmas was better.
And
Yes,
and
every
and,
Christmas the last
and
one
then
was
when you
better.
look at the reports that come out of is it DOJ? That I think it was 43 billion. You remember the figure that was circulated in the economy.
Oh, you mean for Black Friday or for Christmas?
I think it was Black Friday. Yes.
Yeah, 43 billion. Right. Yeah, I
Right.
remember that.
So you have to ask yourself, where this 43 billion go? If if
Right.
everybody's saying, man, now go on. You know?
Carl,
It's not a
persons will
matter of
just
where it go.
continue to answer these
It's not a
questions
matter
on
of
a
where
partisan
does
line.
it come from? You know what I mean?
These
Where does it
questions
get
will
money
always
spent?
be answered on a partisan line.
So my guess, how do you think then that this is going to be translated into the key question of which party is ahead? How do you see 46% not going in the right direction? Because my gut feeling tells me, looking at this figure, that it is not a negative. That if 46% of your country says that you're going in the wrong direction,
42.
42, then I suspect that translates into maybe at least a 4 percentage point lead.
Yes, or even more, because even
You are saying yes,
party
Carl?
standing, yes.
Who's saying yes?
Carl,
Yes, you agree
or
with
even
me?
more, because
I don't know if I want to agree, but I'm listening.
but look here, the news in the 12 o'clock news are nationwide. All right, it is
I
saying
missed
that
that.
the Labour Party, you missed that. That's why you
Yeah.
made that statement.
Probably,
The Labour
yeah.
Party, if you go back and look for Cliff Hughes online this morning, the 12 o'clock news,
Okay.
it just concluded that the Jamaica Labour Party is leading the People's National Party by 10 percentage points.
10?
Yes, 10%. Go back and listen. So the standing is the Labour Party is at
Actually,
35%.
You got that
to the
information,
People's
neighbor,
National
yes.
Party.
Can you take a break and go confirm that for me?
Yeah,
No,
no,
I just got the information. I just got it,
man,
neighbor.
It's true. It's true.
Yes, it's
You mean
confirmed,
the
neighbor.
party standing?
Yes, the party
yes,
standing.
the Labour Party is 35% and the People's National Party is 25%. And that's why I was saying earlier this morning.
Neighbor, the one that look like it jerky like how with the jerk up.
No. You can, Bridget, can you pull up the 12 o'clock news and see?
Yes, man. Pull it up and play it.
I don't have another device.
Somebody put it up on plate, bro.
Yes, he's right, neighbor. Someone shared it with me as well and was telling me that we were leading by 10% point.
Yeah, man, 10% point. And that is if that is the case, that means we are heading for a landslide defeat.
Yeah, that's a landslide.
G&J,
Because Andrew doing a good job.
Pull it up? No, man. I listen. Then hold on. You see.
You give hello neighbor Shaka.
No, it's all over the news.
I personally didn't listen to the news. I didn't hear it. I
Yeah.
listened to the news.
I say hello, neighbors. You want to hear the news?
Philippians,
Yeah,
can you
12 o'clock
confirm
news.
The news?
that for us?
Which
Yes.
news I want to hear? The
Yes,
12
yes,
o'clock one?
Yeah, where they said that the
yeah,
JLP
right,
is leading by
right.
10% point.
I may try to find it.
Okay.
Because
Can somebody play it for us, please?
Yes, he's gonna try
Neighbor.
and find it.
neighbor,
He's
if you
he's gonna try and find it.
Jamaica First is not the overall party standing. What does that mean?
I don't know that they would publish the party standing so early.
So quick.
but this year, this time around, they're not going to. They say what Nationwide says they're going to conclude the poll within 3 Wednesdays. So it's not going to stretch.
But I am
stretch
here.
the
I am
entire
here.
weekend.
No, because neighbor, going into the election, Nationwide will be conducting a poll every 2 weeks now going into the election.
No, they have
Right. So the result is going to be sharp. They're not going to draw it.
Yes,
out
it's
on
not
the
gonna
one
be
week
drawn
period
out like
as
before.
Right.
Yes.
Right. But
Huh?
but if you look at
Someone
the
is
trend,
saying
I
it
said
is
this
not the
morning,
overall
neighbor,
party
if you look at
standing.
this morning.
Philippians, we need you. I need you to confirm that for us, please, and send it to me. Or I may have to. I may have to come down.
If somebody have a different phone, they could play it. I would want it
It's
to be
clear.
played for
Yeah,
the
that's
viewers
right.
to hear.
Andrew's doing a good job.
So Carl, what do you think
Sorry.
about the 18% overall who say that they are Jamaican Labour Party supporters who say the country is going in the wrong direction?
Well, you're not going to get every single Labour Party, and you have to understand, there's different layers to Labour Party support. Some people are hardline supporters, some people are passive supporters, some people are active supporters, and some people genuinely are supporters, and they're going to tell you what they're going through.
A very good afternoon to you. I'm Tona
Here
Thomas.
it is.
After
Listen.
the nationwide world at noon for this afternoon, Monday, February 17, 2025. Latest nationwide Blue Dot poll powered by Total Tools reveal more Jamaicans support the governing GLP than the opposition PNP. And the public commentators say the PNP appears to be beating the GLP at the political messaging game. Opposition leader Mark Golding says the PNP administration will stop at nothing to uncover the truth behind the SSL fraud.
Government, no stone will be left unturned to chase down that money from its vote and others. No stone will be left unturned.
UTech students reportedly feel safer than their counterparts at the University of the West Indies. In regional news, St. Vincent and the Grenadines opposition demands and
rights. That shifted dramatically in 2020.
has raised questions about the long-held and often repeated belief that Jamaica is PNP country. More in this report from George Davis.
Following the PNP's long-running government from February 1989 to September 2007, the view had solidified that Jamaica was indeed PNP country. The JLP was barely able to wrest power from the PNP in the elections of 2007 and 2016. On neither occasion was the winning margin more than 2 seats for the Labourites. That shifted dramatically in 2020 when the governing party trounced the PNP 49-14. It was the JLP's biggest majority in the parliament since October 1980. And there are signs that the 2020 landslide may have some staying power. When the Blue Dot posters asked 1,500 registered voters which party they supported or identified with, 35% chose the JLP. That was 10 percentage points higher than the 25% who chose the PNP. Notably, the JLP dominates the PNP in support from women, where 30.
All right.
No. Finish it.
Finish it? Aye.
Finish it.
Not
The governing party.
standing.
It's not a party
23%
standing.
the opposition party. That's a 14 percentage point advantage. Men were also more likely to support the JLP, albeit by a much smaller margin of 3 percentage points, 31% to 28%. But perhaps the biggest cause for concern for the PNP is to be found in the fact that across all age groups, the JLP is dominant. The governing party's biggest advantage was among voters 18 to 24 years, where they lead the PNP by more than 15 percentage points.
You hear that?
The older the voter, the better the PNP fares. But the JLP still holds marginal leads among voters 45 to 54 years, where they lead by 6 percentage points, 55 to 64 years, where they lead by 4 percentage points, and voters over 65, where the governing party leads by 3 percentage points. The data suggests the PNP has seriously slipped in support among what was once considered its key voting base of older voters. But the leadership of both political parties should take little comfort in these numbers, as a significant number of Jamaicans, 40%, say they support neither of the big two. That high level of neutrality is most pronounced among voters 18 to 24 years old, where a clear majority, 54%, say they support neither the JLP nor the PNP. Voters over 65 years old were at least apathetic, with 27% indicating they do not support either party. Men were also marginally more neutral than women, with 41% of them saying they support neither party, compared to the 40% of women who said the same. The nationwide Blue Dot poll was conducted between January 21 and February 1. It has a margin of error of plus or minus 2.5%. George Davis for Nationwide News.
And that's
Facts
it.
done. Facts
Yeah.
done. Thank you. So Carl, I am correct then. I want the listeners to understand though that this is not
Party
party
standing.
standing.
Yeah, it's not the party
This is not
standing.
the party standing. This is a plurality of persons who
Who are more
who
likely to vote for the JLP over
correct.
the PNP?
So Carl, I am correct then, Carl, in suggesting that based on the poll we are discussing, it appears as if the party would be between 3 and 4 points ahead. That was
Yes.
the point.
Yes.
But 3 and 4% ahead, neighbor would bring us into a dead heat because 3% is like what they call it. It's like
Margin of
margin of
victory.
error,
Margin of
right?
error.
Mm-hmm.
But the party's own poll is suggesting that they are 5 points ahead. The party's poll.
The one that was leaked the other day.
3% margin of error, so we would probably be at 2%. Am I
But
right?
it could read the other way still, because the margin of error is either forward or backward. So
Forward or backward, say the margin of error should go our way, Bridget. It will be the same
it
4%.
will
If it go
Okay,
against us, it will be the 1%.
Yeah, but this sounds amazing though Scratchy.
Yes.
That the party is 10 points ahead in terms of people preference.
And leading in all
I'm
age
very
demographic.
curious to hear the leader.
And leading in all age group as well. That is also something
Yes,
to be
yes, yes.
very proud of.
And I was saying, Scratchy, that when I look at the youth forum in Tivoli Gardens over the weekend and the youth forum they had in Westmoreland last night,
Yes, I was watching that
all
one.
of them were young people. And I see somebody said that young people don't vote. I don't know if the trend is kind of changing now. Because most of them are working, they realize what is at stake. You understand? They read and they understand what is at stake. So I think they will take part in the political
I mean,
process.
personally, Bridget, to that argument about young people don't vote, I mean, we have seen a resurgence in the young voters in this coming up in this election.
Yes.
We have seen where young persons are more involved in the
Taking
politics
part
right
in
now.
the political process.
Young
When you
persons
look
are
at
more concerned about what is going on in the country right now.
When you look
I
at
think
the young youths in Westmoreland, I'm talking Westmoreland last night, you have to raise your eyebrow. I don't know if you saw it, neighbor, but you have to raise your eyebrow. And
I have my concerns about youth. I think they like the hype. But I think they are easily swayed. I think they are hashtag. It's a hashtag that moves with the
wind.
you know.
with the hype.
Yeah, they are not grounded in terms of philosophy of
Yeah, I understand what you mean. The least you could think can turn them off.
Yeah,
yes.
but neighbor, if you
No.
look at what is going on from the other day, okay, if you would say they're moved by the wind and whatever is happening, when the PFP have their conferences and whatever, they have a lot of artists and so on that you would think would woo the younger generation, but you realize during the polling, it's not.
And Bridget, for
Well, I want to
2000,
something, Bridget.
not to stop a call, but 2007, we had a higher youth turnout in 2007, and then we have seen a fall in it in previous elections.
No. We have in 2016. We have a high youth turnout. 2016, not 2007.
2007, we had the biggest youth turnout, Carl.
Well, all right, but I know that definitely.
2007, we had the biggest youth turnout.
All right, but 2016.
2007 election, we had a higher voter turnout than any other time after that. It was 61%.
Yes, you have 47%. You have 47% voter turnout. Yeah, you're right about that. But I'm saying in 2016, the youth vote play a pivotal role in that election victory for the Labour Party.
Yeah.
I'm not sure of that because in 2016, the Labour Party was given a mountain to climb.
Yes.
Yes, they had. It was 42-21. Labour Party was to hold their 21 seats, plus pick up 11 People's National Party seats. That was not an easy feat. That was not an easy feat to overcome, and they did it merely because of the youth votes. I don't know what the youth vote the turnout is in 2020 because it was was the year of the COVID virus.
Yeah.
But proceed.
I think but 2022 I think more you will come out than all the votes in 2020 as well. Persons were staying back.
But what I want to say too, if even though this is not the party standing, you can see the trend. You can see the trend.
And interestingly, because this was my analysis this morning, when I looked at the amount of persons who are suggesting that the country is heading to that, and I said to folks, it is a positive indication, and it is going to result in a 3 to 4 percentage point lead for the party. And people were saying, how could you say that? And I said, watch and see what I'm saying. I'll be prepared to apologize.
And another thing, panel, the Labour Party is not campaigning as yet.
Exactly.
Full campaign.
That's a big point, Bridget. That's a big point.
Yes.
That's a big point.
We're not campaigning. I think when the Labour Party put all their ads together and their achievements and
PNP has been campaigning 4 years now.
Yeah. And I think they sort of peak already, but I'm not concerned about them. What I'm saying is that when the Jamaica Labour Party put all their achievements together, and start advertising them, people are going to really, because when you tell some people
what credence, Carl, Scratchy, Bridget, what credence should we really put on these polls though? Do we want to be cautious? Yes. There is a
I am very cautious.
Hold on. That when the poll is in your favor, you criticize it, and when it is not in your favor, you criticize it. When it is in your favor, you tend to agree. I take a very pessimistic view to polls. That's why I do.
I'd say cautiously optimistic.
I am commenting on them because they are topically. How do we approach polls going into the next election?
Polls are very vital. Polls are very vital, and I'm going to tell you why polls are very vital.
You say they are vital, Carl?
Yeah, they are very vital because it tests the political temperature. It gives you somewhat of an insight of what is going on the ground where politics is concerned, where the support.
We don't know the methodologies, Carl.
But if you look at polls, even though some of them are way off, back in 2016, okay, and I go back to 2016. All the local polls were showing that the Labour Party is going to lose. The People's National Party was going to be given a resounding victory.
Yeah,
It was
it was
one,
just the poster by the name of Rama Singh.
right. It was, yes, so it was
From
one
Trinidad,
poster
yes.
from out of Trinidad.
Yes.
Derek Ransomwood that come and said, listen, the Labour
Yes.
Party is going to win the election. And they laughed at him. And guess
Yes.
what? So said, so done. Okay? So now even in the 2020 election, most of the pollsters Blue that got it right, spot on. Bill Johnson got it spot on. The only pollster that didn't get it spot on, he had the Labour Party leading by 4%, was Dan Anderson. And even his last poll, which is highly subject, he has everybody participating in the election. Right? He has everybody participating in the election. There was no, in every election, when you do a poll, you're going to have people that are undecided. I'm not going to say that yes, we must take it as like a given, like it's a definite, but it tells you what you
So
supposed to do.
has Blue Dot developed the reputation to be credible, to be a credible pollster in Jamaica?
I think people has grown to sort of have a little more credibility in Blue Dot poll, but that's
Yes,
my opinion.
yes, because they are more scientific. And
Yeah,
listen, and they use technology. I think one pollster, I heard Cliff Hughes was saying it earlier today, that he didn't want to call the polling agency, that one of the persons who work, sat at home and fix the data and tell the pollster that she was in West Holland. Right, with Blue Dot, they have satellite imagery, and when you're in their phone, in whatever equipment they give you, they have satellite imagery to show where you are at a given time. So, and it's a new polling. They're not really pollsters, they are data management team. So they're not really pollsters per se, right? So
Is polling not a threat to democracy though? Because can it not create an impression if it is false and perpetuate a lie? It creates kind of a bandwagon effect.
yes, I would
have
agree.
to be very
I mean,
careful.
most
Democracy like
most
Jamaica.
definitely, and we have
definitely,
seen where persons have lost interest and credibility in other pollsters who won't call any name. But we have seen
in the United States, one pollster, I think it's Des Moines, something like that, said that Trump was going to lose Iowa by 14%. No, by 5%. He won it by 14%. The polling organization has closed,
Yes, there was also a pollster in the United States who said that he has predicted the last 6 election correct, and he got that one wrong with Trump the last time as well.
Yeah, that's the forecasting professor. My argument, Scratchy, Carl, is that if we are to rely on polls, should we ensure that the pollster gets it right over a protracted period of time? Because it's prophetical.
Yes, and it's data, and data can be manipulated, data can be misleading. So you have to make sure that.
Haven't polls been used in Jamaica to manipulate people?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent. But I tell you what, no political party.
In the 90s, for example, I mean, I used to be amazed because the polls would just crush the Labour Party supporters. Every time that there was a hype, the polls would come out and say the party is behind, and its supporters would get so
demotivated.
That's why it's important. That's why it's important for us to make it clear.
These nonsensical political commentators that they have in Jamaica, some of them, I don't even.
But neighbor, they're doing it now. They're doing exactly what you're saying. What you're saying now. The other side, they're doing it now.
The other side is doing that.
But they are political analysts. They can't even analyze them own self.
Other side is doing that with polls. And neighbor, that's what we need. As we talk about information, and we pass on information again, neighbor. We need to make it clear to persons that a poll is not factual.
It's a snapshot.
Yeah, it's a snapshot of a moment, right? At this moment. So it can change and it can fluctuate, it can up, it can down at any given point in time. It's just like a guide. It's just like a guide to give you an idea of where you're at this moment.
Isn't polling in Jamaica too infrequently done for us to determine what is called the longitudinal data, for us to develop the trend. Isn't polling about the trend? You can't use one poll to determine any outcome in Carl.
It influences a lot of persons, neighbor.
Yeah. And hasn't the PNP from last year been
Yes.
propagating this thing that they are ahead in the polls?
Yes.
No, all right. The
Yeah,
PNP.
they have, neighbor, but tell you what, people said okay, but when they see a reality check in front of them, you understand me? They're saying, but no, sir, this can't be right. So
But don't you think the time has come for us to establish? Hold on, Scratchy. Don't you think the time has come for us to establish a polling institution in Jamaica?
Exactly.
That both party like starting that this institution, it is non-partisan, like the Electoral Commission of Jamaica.
Yeah.
And they are the ones that.
Yes.
I think so as
Very
well.
good point. Nilo. Very good
Very
point.
good point.
Huh? And put it on. And so both sides
Cannot
say,
be manipulated.
right, because who it is that pay, they say who pay the piper is the
Cause
one
the tune.
that
Cause the tune.
because the
Cause the
tune.
tune,
How
yeah.
do you
Exactly.
know that the man who, for example, the PNP puts out a poll, say it's a PNP poll.
Yeah.
PNP is going to put out a poll that shows them behind? Never.
And next
The
thing
Labour
as well
Party
to
is not
neighbor.
going to put
The
out a poll that
PNP.
shows them behind.
Neighbor.
We should develop in Jamaica a polling, maybe out of the University of the West Indies, an institution of polling that
Exactly.
And
the
neighbor,
political points.
That is scientifically driven.
That is scientific. I mean, Carl Stone, for example, when Carl Stone used to do polling in Jamaica, he had the reputation, and so when all the polls came out, people waited for Carl Stone.
yeah. And neighbor, that is the reason why it is said that Dan Anderson did a poll recently, but notice it was not shown because they realized the true poll that they were behind, and that is the reason it has not been published.
Yes, Bridget, I have been saying the same thing because remember now, last year the People's National Party did polls every 2 months. And coming into an election here, it is quite evident that they are going to do a poll, right? And up until now, that poll hasn't been released.
No, it has not been released
Because they're
Counting
seeing
on
the
the
numbers
ground.
against them.
Bridget,
Someone
why do you think, for example, that the Gleaner should be publishing a PNP poll? Isn't the Gleaner supposed to be an unbiased media?
That is true. The win a long time,
Why should any of the media be publishing a poll? What they should report is that, listen, the PNP has said that they have done a poll and it is suggesting that, or the Labour Party has said they have done a poll and it is suggesting that. But you don't publish a party poll, sir. You publish a national poll.
That is why we are agreeing with you that we need a national bipartisan
institution.
scientific poll that no one can tamper with. That means when it publishes something, neighbor, everybody can say, okay, we can.
I want to warn our listeners to be very skeptical of polls.
Neighbor, when the PNP was putting out these rapid polls, this is what is also causing a lack of credibility in polls as well. Because there were persons who were on the ground and saying, how come we have never seen none of these polls as before? How come we don't see these persons asking us any questions? Who do these persons go? Where do these persons go?
Yes. All right, let's get back to the news report that we heard, Scratchy. The news report is suggesting that the party is at 35%. What does that mean? What does that mean? Bridget, what does that mean? 35%.
35%. Did they say 35% persons say they're more likely to vote for the JLP?
No.
That's a party standing, right?
No, it's not the
the
party
poll,
stand.
Yes,
the
It's
poll
yes, yes,
said
yes,
It's not
yes.
a party
Yes,
more.
that the
stand.
party standing. That's the party.
That's a
It's just a
party.
choice, right? It's just right,
Yeah.
party, right.
Right. That
let us
35%.
be careful that we're not misleading. So what came out at 12 o'clock today that shows the party with 10 percentage point ahead. That is not voter intention. That is a
Yeah,
party.
that,
Well,
that's
no.
voter intention, you know, neighbor.
It's voter intention because even
Yeah.
though if you ask somebody 3 questions, if they answer you the first 2, more than likely you know what the third response is going to be. So clearly the trend is there that when the party standings comes up, I think the Labour Party is going to have a lead outside of the
So
margin of error.
across Jamaica, the Labour Party is 10 percentage points more popular than the PNP now.
Yes,
That's
Purchase
what
are
the poll suggests.
35%.
suggest.
35% of Purchase say they will more likely vote for the JLP
That is what the poll suggests.
compared to 20% for the PNP.
The party.
And remember now, the last polling in September, they were neck and neck. Labour Party, I think, was just 3 percentage points ahead within the margin of error. So now we're seeing a clear distancing between the 2 parties. And I
My
said,
goodness, I really need to do something. So I wonder what.
Neighbor.
Yeah. So what I would want to know is what was it last year, as compared to, because this to me suggests that the party would have gained momentum coming out of the party.
Exactly. What you see.
Exactly.
That's what we've been saying from conference.
Exactly.
Yes.
The party has gained momentum.
But look at it, neighbor. 27% the last time around said the country is going in the right direction. This time it is 32%. That 5% increase is very significant, you know.
So there is a 5%. There's a 5% gain in terms of the right direction.
Yes.
Can somebody help me? 5% would translate to how many persons?
Or from
5% would get. You know how much more people that would be.
Carl would probably understand.
What you said, neighbor? Repeat.
No,
5%.
It's 5%.
How much
5% of the voting population amounts to how many persons?
Well, this is a sample size.
Right, so let us look at 5%.
No, we have to look at the sample size. The sample size is
The sample size
1,500.
1,500.
The sample size is 1,500.
It's 5.
Yes,
It's
but
1,500.
the sample size is out of the voting population, you know.
No, but what I'm saying, I'm going to tell you how you can calculate that now. The sample size is 1,500. There are 3,000. There are 3 million people in Jamaica, right?
But 2 million on the
Don't do
voters
3 million,
list. 2
Carl.
million on the
Use
voters
those
list.
on the voters list.
All right, 2
2
million.
million.
2 million of the vote. So you have to find 1,500 as a percentage of 2 million, and then find 5% of that, and that will give you how many people.
Someone says 100K.
Right. So I'm going to read that right.
100,000?
100,000, yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to work it out. I'm going to work it out.
100,000 at least. Let us use an approximate figure. So at least 100,000 more people.
More people, yes.
Yeah, that's the correct
Saying
figure.
that-
100,000.
That's significant, you know. That's
Yeah,
very
that's
significant. You know.
significant.
But
Because
if that is so, then a landslide is on.
Exactly.
Because unless something drastically happens,
When you say landslide, is it to say then that we will remain with where we are at? What was our last victory? Was our last victory 10%?
12%.
No, it was more than that. But it was 400,000. The Labour Party won by over 100,000.
Yes, sir, Carl, it was 12%.
Yeah, 12%. Won by 12% percentage points the last election.
to overturn that figure, you know, Carl, the 100,000, something significant or
Exactly.
it would have to in the Labour Party.
And that is why the People's National Party sense it, and they are digging. They want to find
Yes.
an item now that will stick, and that is
Yes.
why anything now, you know, if you notice, they jump on the Usain Bolt because Usain Bolt
Yes.
is a national icon, and once people perceive that, listen, the government rob Usain Bolt money, the tide is going to turn against the government. So that is why
Yes.
the
Alright, just
party cannot use.
Can I say
just
something?
interject.
Neighbor,
Alright. Bridget, they
George,
were
Yes,
saying something
George
about
wants to say
100,000.
something.
Bridget, they were saying something about 100,000 voters or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the last general election?
No,
No,
based on
but
the
the
5%
increase
that
of persons who from last year who are saying the country is going in the right direction.
Neighbor.
Yes,
Can I
Love Jones. Let's Love Jones.
Yeah, can I say something? Okay.
Sure.
We have a very a man that full of wisdom back in the past in Jamaica. He died now, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins always say, in Jamaica, justice and education come at a very high price. That's why politicians keep the people of the country fooled so they can tell them anything so they can jump over the moon. I'm saying that to say this. In 2012, the Prime Minister of Jamaica was Mrs. Simpson Miller.
Yes.
That time, Mr. Bolt invests his money. And how ridiculous. They are saying, after he invests the money after 4 years before the JLP former government. And now this opposition is going to run around and said, oh, Mr. Bolt money is missing and whatever. I don't say his money is not missing, but I think the PNP have more talk to be guilty of that money because
Yes,
they was in power.
And Love Jones, to be honest, you know that today I was thinking about this and I said to myself, neighbor, that I will not debate or talk about this bold issue because I feel that as we are adding more strength to this argument. If we just build back and wait on the party to make a speech on it before we continue to come.
I agree with that. Mr. Love Jones.
Yeah.
Mr. Love Jones. All right.
I think we should just let go that bold thing and let the government deal with that part. Wait until the party make a statement on it, then we can.
Yeah, that's let us look at the news. Well, thinking people will use them brain. Well, you use them brain and know the answer.
Because if we don't debate the PNP on it, it will get no form of structure. I think we are the ones who's bringing the most structure into this argument. And we need to just wait until the party says something and then we elaborate on what the party says.
As Philippian is saying, it's ridiculous that they even be using this as a full football. So let us not even give it any credit.
Yeah, the party said in today's press conference, APCA said that the party will be making a statement on it. So let's just wait on the party to make a statement.
David Francis, you have been online with us for a while. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. I'm just listening, sir.
You're just listening?
Yeah.
Very good, very good. How you find the discussion so far?
Very, very, very interested. Very interested. I'm a Jamaican Labour Party supporter.
Okay. All right.
I'm from Clarendon.
Yes.
In Moko Division.
Nesta
Morgan. How is he doing?
Well, he's doing good, he's doing good.
Okay.
Very good.
That's what I want to hear. Hello, neighbor. We have a person in the chat. King123. He's saying he was a part of the Dadan committee. Would you like to have him to hear what he has to say?
Ask Philippians to put him on. Let me talk to him. Ask Philippians.
Philippian, I guess she's hearing me. Hi, Melbourne.
Hello?
Yeah. I'm happy to hear that, Nesta. I see his video and I think he's working very hard because we know what he's up against. So he has to put in 110. When everybody can put in 100, he has to put in 110 because of what happened in Clarendon. But question, David, do you think the people of Moko are back in the Labour Party because they are the ones that voted PNP the other day? Do you think they're back?
You see, let me tell you, most of the young people them run behind the young councillor.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the young people them run behind the young councillor, but I think they just get tricked. Them just get tricked.
Morgan, no young man.
And are you saying those are the young ones that voted against us?
Yes, the younger head. Not the younger generation, just the young one. Them were just for listen. I lived in Saint Elizabeth. I worked in Saint Elizabeth. I lived in Saint, and when voting time, I go down go vote. So when I go down there and I see all the young people them are react, no man. Some of them mother are PMP, them father are Labour right. So they used to go up on their father's side as the Labour right. So I don't know what the councillor tell them. Because I tell you what the problem. Well, tell you what the problem. Through the councillor, remember say he was a Labour right councillor.
Yeah, man, I know.
Remember? So they switch with him. That's the whole situation. So they switch with him.
Is it the same trend now, or do you see a shift?
No, we you see now, I think everybody I go towards Jamaica Labour Party.
Okay.
Personally,
Let me tell you, my
question,
family,
David.
my family is the biggest family in Moko. Francis, and you hear about Francis family. They are the biggest, and in my family we have more than 30 somebody who vote in my family.
David, so you think about the seat?
Yeah.
Because we hear rumors in our seat to say when the doctor guy there for PNP, them say he might come up and them might gain traction. So what you think about that?
Him can't win election.
Him can't win the seat.
What a safe
Him
seat.
can't win. Listen to me. Him Pernell Charles.
Charles seat, you know.
Remember, the Pernell never do no work when Pernell in IT, you know. And Pernell losing seat when he's not losing seat.
And they're seeing work and a lot of work.
And they're seeing work now. So why should they shift?
This Dr. Bradrick seat, you know. This Dr. Bradrick seat.
Yes.
Dr. Principal Bradrick.
I think the personal shift towards the young council the other day was more of a personal issue. Persons knew him personally. You know, when it comes to council, it's all about personal. They knew him personally.
And let me say it again. He was a Labour right councillor.
Yeah.
And to his switch, so everybody switch with him. Most of them switch with him.
But coming on now to the MP now, which is a more national issue now, I think that this person will come back in the Labour Party corner.
We don't want no PMP MP there.
Yeah, man, no PNP MP can't come there.
PMP I go.
I even saw the other day where Nesta initiated a brand new coaster bus for Lennon
High School.
Lennon High School.
Yes.
That to show that the young man is working, you know?
Of course.
He's working.
He's working,
right.
man. I mean, as the minister works, I would think that he has to do a lot of with the roads and everything, because the minister works right now, so who wouldn't take care of your own spot?
Yes, remember, they say Pastor Christine pick me first, you know.
All right.
Sorry, is the Dan Anderson polls on yet?
No, he was not had it yet. King 1, 2, 3.
Philippian asking to the ad neighbor.
We need to settle. We need to settle down polls. I think
you guys can kick me out and put in somebody else. I'll continue listening.
we have space, man. You don't have to move. Philippian.
Okay.
Yes, Pitbull.
Hold on.
We're fine.
So-
Respect for that,
So
Pitbull.
hold on, excuse me. So the person wants to come up, but the person's profile is private. So Labour, you will have to be the one who add the person, because I won't be able to see the request. So
What
I'm
is the
going to come
person's
back
name?
down. His name is King 123. So
I see.
he has to send a request to you.
No, the request
Yes.
is there. It's coming up now.
Yes, he's
Okay.
here now.
All right, hello everybody. My name is
1,
Dr.
2, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, hello. My name is Dr. Purge, Dr. Smith Purge. I'm from the Dan Anderson poll. Basically,
Before you start, sir, because we have no way of verifying the information you're giving us about yourself. We are just trusting your credibility to engage us, eh?
okay. All right. So I'm home right now, but they sent out a poll, right?
Who sent out the poll?
All right. No, the committee that we're a part of the Dan Anderson poll. This we were in a meeting earlier today. We are Jamaica Labour Party, based on what we are seeing, is leading in the poll, right?
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Because you are saying that you work for Don Anderson.
He's a part of the committee.
No, let him answer, Bridget.
How can you be coming on here? How can you be coming here to say this? I don't understand. What gives you that?
Let me read what we have right here. All right, let me read. So based on what we're seeing, because even the other day when the Gleaner leaked out the photo,
speak up a little for us, sir, please.
Oh, sorry. All right. Even the other day when the Gleaner leaked out the photo of the Jamaica Labour Party leading, it is true.
Not the Gleaner. It's not the Gleaner that did it.
The Observer, sorry. The Observer. Here it is. I'm clicking on it right now. So basically the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in the poll. They're both leading in rating. Yes, they're leading in rating here. I can't tell you the amount, but they're leading in the rating. The People's National Party is a little bit below right here. The Jamaica Labour Party is making progress from the last poll that came out in 2024 in October.
Hold on, sir. You do polling with Don Anderson.
Yes.
You do polling with Don Anderson, sir?
5 of us, listen. 5 of us are part
of it. And this poll was done when?
This poll was done this year. This poll was done in February here.
February is today is 17. When was it done?
It was done the 16th, not the 16th, the 15th, which was the day before yesterday. We have
you have the results?
Do you want me to share on my computer?
Sir?
And you have analyzed it already?
No, don't turn on your computer, no.
No, okay. So you are able to share these results already, sir? Because you are a field worker.
Yeah, I can share it.
You are a field worker?
So what drove you to share this information?
Because I love the Jamaica Labour Party.
Hold on, Philippa. Does Don Anderson know that you lean Labour?
If I'm a part of the Jamaica Labour Party,
does Don Anderson know that?
That I'm a part, that I associate myself with the Jamaica Labour Party?
Yes, sir.
Listen, he don't care about our political aspect.
Because you're basically gathering statistics and information. King?
Yes, I'm hearing you, sir. Mr. Neighbor.
You are saying to us that you were in the field last week.
Yes.
And what are the results that you are coming up with, sir?
That I'm saying that the Jamaica Labour Party is ahead of the People's National Party.
Based on the Don Anderson poll?
Based on the Don Anderson poll.
Wow. How much points are they ahead by? Are you prepared to say that?
Well, I tell you, I can't say the points, but I can tell you.
Based on what you are seeing on the ground.
Say the percent. Listen, I can't say the percentage, but I can tell you that the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in the poll if you look, a little amount of people is saying that they're not sure to vote. Some say that they will vote for a different party. A little amount say that they will vote for another party.
Let me ask you this question, my brother.
Yeah.
If you look at the polls that Don Anderson has put out on behalf of the PNP, this is not what those polls are saying.
Listen, if you're understanding what I'm saying, that we have made as I said that day before yesterday, the 15th, we have get some more clarification on the polls, right? Because yesterday we have
no. Those are not terms you use in polling, sir. Or you mean clarification?
Listen, yesterday we went to a meeting.
Exactly, and a little amount. No, you don't use those terms.
Yesterday we went to a meeting.
But anyway, you know, I think we should get on with the program because I don't find this very interesting.
It's man
I don't
Not
find it
even
credible
talking
either.
about what me know when I use.
I
There are
don't
certain
find it credible either.
terminologies that you use
Yes, he's
when
not
you're a
using the right
pollster
jargons and
or when you're
terminology.
polling things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a propaganda.
exactly. So
That's
I
a
don't
propaganda.
buy that.
Why not
Yeah.
caution send him?
That man is not credible at all.
Not at all.
So he's suggesting that that the Labour Party is ahead in that.
Not at all.
What
He said
what
that
what
poll.
struck me?
I wonder
What
he
struck me?
had a little too much to drink today.
What struck me? He said yesterday they did the poll something.
Yesterday. And you analyzed the poll already.
He said a little amount. He said a little amount. I mean, I said a little amount of what? Assault?
Black Mafia, what do you mean by JP? Like? Black Mafia, what do you mean? That's what...
No, don't scratch September into January.
Scratchy, no.
If he said,
leave them in the comment.
All right, Philly. All right, Philly.
If he had said that the poll was from late January into December, probably I would have given my listening here. But when he tell me yesterday's was like, okay, let me take up my back. But you notice I just mute. I just mute.
A Philippine, I see a laugh in the comment.
I don't really. I'm not a person you see that.
There's a Philippine in the comment.
I just let them,
let us delve more into the information that we have. The information we have is what is credible. We have information that that the party is 10% more popular than the PNP. Is that not amazing at this time? What is accounting for that?
Neighbor, if you look at the videos, just the videos alone can tell you when you see the Prime Minister does his work, right? You see the genuine love differently from when Mr. Mark Golding does his works. There's a vast difference.
So it's an Andrew factor?
Yeah, people just genuinely like Andrew.
And if I may, Bridget and Neighbor, I would also contribute 5% out of that 10% to platforms like these. I think that we have rise and shown so much. Yes, Neighbor,
that's so true.
Neighbor, I personally believe that within the last month or so, we have made significant strides on social media. Yes. We have pushed the message out there for the government. We are out there combating the propaganda each and every single day. Trust me, neighbor. Don't take our presence like there are regular persons, neighbor, who look to these platforms for information right now.
I have been trying to get Rhoda on Philippians. Can you help me?
And you know another thing to Scratchy, we over here, TikTokers, who have been working overtime, we have given a lot of undecided persons a lot of credible information.
Exactly.
Them come out publicly and say,
because
me never know this, or me never know that.
Exactly.
And me kind of where I'm leaning.
Sometimes I come online, I see persons are online 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Yeah. When I jump up back in the morning, I see Philippian and Duja and them again back in the early morning by 5:30 again, holding the button. And next group take it on in the afternoon where our presence is being felt.
Yes. And the thing about it, we don't spread propaganda. You see how quickly Neighbor shut down that guy, even though he was speaking something positive. He would think that we would be happy and clapping.
Yeah, we don't buy propaganda.
We don't want propaganda.
Yeah, we don't want propaganda.
Right?
But trust me, neighbor, these platforms we are making stride towards the party. Trust me.
Yes, and so why what it is therefore
can I interrupt and say something?
Jamaican man.
Yes, Jamaican man.
Can I interrupt and say something? I have been living in Kingston for the longest while. I have lived through the era of the PNP and I've lived through the era of the Jamaica Labour Party. And for years I've never seen downtown looking so filthy. That's dirty water coming up in the street now, right? This is right in front of me. I don't even know how people is going to cross this.
Rain is falling.
And you actually have people. No rain is falling. Yes, right where the people sell. Right? So I don't know what is going on in Jamaica under the parish council government, under the parish council in Kingston. Right?
Jamaica man.
Yes, sir.
You are suggesting that there is raw sweat flowing.
That is what I'm saying.
Hold on, Jamaica man.
You know, neighbor, mute your mic Jamaica, because you're noisy. Because I know you're downtown. But you know, neighbor, we can't. I am not going to put all the blame at the mayor's feet, and I'm going to tell you why. We have 20 other councillors. We have a deputy mayor sitting in the council that they should be there putting these people under pressure to make sure they clean it up.
Yes, because if raw sewage is flowing in the city, then that cannot be that is not something that we countenance at all. Jamaica man, give us some more information about this. Where exactly are you talking about? He's muted. He's muted. I mean, mute him. Philippians, what happened to Jamaica man?
Jamaican man. F9.
F9, open the mic.
Philippians?
Philippians, we was asking to be
No,
happy.
we can see something. I was away, sorry.
Travis was asking to be happy.
I was away, sorry.
Jamaica man is that we hope that something is done about that as quickly as possible, because this is not a political issue. This is a matter of health.
Public
and if raw sewage is flowing on the streets, then I hope that
My understanding is that this has been running for several days now, right? And no one have done anything about it. So why are we paying tax?
Because you know what, neighbor? When Delroy was the mayor,
yes,
they put Delroy under a lot of pressure to clean up downtown.
I remember it came out in the debate.
Yes, they put him under a lot of pressure to clean up downtown, and he had to be doing it. Cliff Hughes, I remember, call him personally and tell him that he has to clean up downtown. So why aren't we calling in Swaby now to do the same thing? Why?
Yes. Well, Jamaica man, thank you for bringing it to our attention, sir. I mean, I hope that the word has gotten out that there is a challenge with the sewer system in the capital city, and the people in and around Coronation Market deserve to walk on the street with better facilities. Thank you, Jamaica.
Hello, neighbor. I have a question. Hello, neighbor. So, why does Jamaican people hold the Jamaica Labour Party more accountable than the PNP? Like, I always have to ask myself a question.
That is so true.
Like,
I don't know why.
it does not add up, because especially road.
If you follow my page, I actually did a post on that where I suggested that the expectations of this government is unmatched, my brother. It is unmatched. But I think there is a way in which the government will have to take some of the blame itself, because it has restored hope. And it has given the impression that it is able to do for the people so much more. And so the people's expectation have arisen. And I want you to understand too that with the preponderance of social media, where many persons.
There are people on the road complaining at this moment.
Where are you, Esnoy? Where are you? Where is he?
Downtown.
Downtown Kingston?
Yeah, downtown Kingston.
Oh, okay.
Kingston, Phil.
People are more aware, facts done. People are more aware today. You know, here we are with an audience of 95 persons talking to. And there are several other channels that are doing something like this. So people are more aware. And with this awareness comes the expectation. And it is important that you tailor this this expectation. You have to manage expectations, you know. One of the things I noticed in Jamaica, and I don't know if you guys noticed, that there is less protests, less social protests. People protesting for bad service, bad roads, bad hospitals, no pay. There is less social unrest in the country. And so as the standard of living increases, as the economy grows and the government is now able to find $40 billion to put into roads, people begin to expect more. Yeah? And so you have to manage these expectations. Don't know if I answered.
You're spot on, neighbor. You're spot on. I was just going to allude to the same thing.
Because can you just underline what I said? The question is why is there this expectation of the government that I think it's unmatched?
But if you look at it, whenever time the Labour Party comes to power, is based on the fact that the electorate is basically tired of the People's National Party. Okay? And every time the country is wrecked, the people always call upon the Labour Party to come and correct the country. Okay? It happened in the 80s, it come back in 2007. And if you notice that administration of Bruce Golding and Ali Shah in 2007, it was the same thing. The bar was so lifted that, you'd have to take what you call it, the thing that they use under the pole vault to jump over, right? When the People's National Party is in power, you can virtually step over the bar. But the Labour Party, you need a parachute to go over it. They set the bar so high. And I think after this election, there are going to be a shift in people's expectation, right? Because this election is going to signal to the Jamaican people and to all governments that the Jamaican people know means business. And the reason they put back this government in power is based on performance. So more and more, the electorate is going to demand a performance-based government for that government person to become elected.
Would you think there's a risk, though, Carl, that these expectations being so high, if they are unmet, that the government could suffer?
Yes, it could, because it is happening right now, because other people are benefiting from water and other projects, and other people are looking on and say, what happened to us? And remember now, the country is not into economic environment. The economy is still at a precarious position, and the government can't spend, we have to spend within a certain range. We have to be fiscally responsible. And so it is incumbent on the government now to explain to the Jamaican people, to the electorate, that listen, your time will come. It's the same thing with the new social housing program. People are seeing people benefiting from the program, and they're asking the question, when is going to be my time? So the government now is going to be put into a position where they have to explain to the people and say, yes, your time will come. We can't do everything all at once. So it's just all about messaging and allow the people to understand that, listen, to do these things is going to take cash, okay? And we have to do it strategically, and we have to do it within our budget. So you're right. So the government has that challenge to deal with going forward. Because
Yes, and
people expect, go ahead.
yes, just to add on what you're saying, Carl. once persons see that things are being done, persons are going to hold you more accountable than someone who
Yes,
they
yes,
expect
yes.
mediocrity from. So I think the country, and that is a good sign.
Very good sign.
Yeah, it's a good sign. I think the country has come to expect nothing but mediocrity from the People's National Party. And I think when it comes to the Jamaica Labour Party, they hold us at a greater and much more higher standard. And it's just up to us to just rise to that occasion as best as we can.
Yeah.
Right.
We've been promoting. We've been promoting.
Go ahead,
Go
Travis.
ahead, Travi.
Blessings, everyone.
Blessings.
First time on the program, many invites, but me just get my chance. I think you guys are correct in what you're saying, but there's a key ingredient that I don't hear anyone speaking on, and that is where the media comes in. There is a carpet bombing style attack, questioning and opposing everything that the government does.
Just a correction, Travis. We did speak about it, the media already. Neighbor spoke about it, but probably you weren't here, but we did speak about it.
Okay, I hear
What did
that,
you
but
say about carpet
You
bombing?
can say your point, though, Travis.
let me finish your point that I made, because I'm responding to the question where somebody asked, why is this administration being held? Our people are trying to hold them accountable, and unlike they would have done to previous governments, right? That's what I was responding to. No, I'm saying you will find that the questioning, are they trying to hold this administration accountable for every single thing? If even one pin drop, you'll find that being amplified by the carpet bombing style that the media fraternity across Jamaica is being employed to do, right? Even today, for example.
Carpet bombing. Could you expect carpet bombing for the viewers?
All right, carpet bombing would be
Wide
multiple
scale bombing.
at the same time, attacking on all fronts at the same time.
Yes, man.
Crowding out of the media spaces, the crowding out of the news spaces. If you check even today, the amount of report coming in just from Dayton Campbell, the amount of comment from Dayton Campbell alone. Check TVJ, check TVJ's socials, check Nationwide News, check Observer, Gleaner, all of these people are coming out simultaneously publishing reports that is questioning the government, right? So
Is it
you'll find
news,
that
though, Travis? Is it news?
a lot of it isn't newsworthy. That's why I call it a carpet bombing style, because it's just an attack. It's just an attack. Even when I look at Paul Buchanan going up against Andrew Holness for his constituency, and the media push that gets, it is laughable.
That is news. Travi, isn't that news?
It's not newsworthy in my opinion. It's
It may
not
not be
newsworthy.
newsworthy, but isn't it news
Hear
that we
the
want
thing
to
about
know
hear the thing
that
about
is running against the Prime Minister?
Hear the thing about it. This information has gone out before now. My thing is the constant push to bring these things while there's so many other things to report on.
Sir,
Let's use I'm using today alone and the Blue Dot poll that come out. See? There's so much to dissect in the Blue Dot poll. Why though you find that the media fraternity is pushing so many other things except
But you don't expect RJR
so many other things.
You don't expect
The
RJR
most
to
important
discuss
news.
that poll. Travi, you expect RJR and Power 106
probably choose the wrong
be
account.
carrying the Blue Dot poll?
I don't expect them to be reporting on it extensively. But guess what? The importance of there are some key important points in this poll that cannot be ignored.
Yes.
Must not be ignored.
Like what? Tell us what they are.
All right. So the Jamaica Labour Party boasts a 10 percentage point lead in terms of Jamaicans who resonate with the policies of the Jamaica Labour Party opposed to the PNPs. Right?
Yes.
That is a huge aspect of the poll.
That is news, eh?
That is a huge aspect of the poll.
Is it news?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is
So
newsworthy.
and it is national news, right?
It is national news.
So you are saying that on Beyond the Headlines at 5 o'clock,
Mhm.
they should carry as their headline JLP 10 points ahead. You think that they should do that?
That's not the only key point in there. That's not the only big point in there. In my opinion, that should be their focus. That should be their
That
focus.
is the biggest news in Jamaica today.
I have biggest news that in Jamaica today. You know why? You know what? You know why? You know why I take this stance?
Yes.
Remember, these administration are not. These parties are not going in to represent themselves. You know, them going in to represent the people.
Yes. You are onto something. Don't mind me laughing. You hear? You are suggesting, my brother, that the media is biased.
I've said it repeatedly. I've pointed out instances of bias repeatedly.
Yes. No, Travis. If we live in a country where more and more people are speaking about media bias, why are these media houses thriving?
They are not thriving. They seem like they're thriving. If you check their books, they aren't.
Yes, they're not. They're in the red right now.
They're not thriving. If you check their books, they're not.
You think that programs like this will eventually replace some of them? Eh?
Yes.
Listen. It's not just unique to Jamaica. This is a global phenomenon.
Especially print media, and you can see it globally as well.
This is not a unique situation with Jamaica and the current political climate. This is a global phenomenon.
You're right, Travi. I agree with it, Travi.
But Travi, you don't think that political parties have to find a way to put their messages out there and not depend on traditional media?
All right, so that is correct.
For example, Travi, why is not every blogger on TikTok, YouTube, shouldn't they be discussing the poll, the 10% point? Isn't this a hashtag moment?
It is, but remember, we have to look at it this way. Like I said, I came and I want to discuss this point, which I think is highly important, but is not getting enough traction. It's getting enough traction and it's not being discussed enough because guess what? We have a media space now where even here on the program, you guys were, when I just came on, because I've been on here for a good period of time, and when you just came on, the conversation was going in a certain direction and it was good, it was going on good, I was enjoying it. Boom, somebody pop in at the chat and say something different that just change the entire complexity of the conversation.
You have to blame, sir.
And then somebody come on and I try to push something that even that's when I started commenting and saying, this is nonsense. I am not buying this. And then you start to questioning him, asking him some pertinent questions. I was like, yes, these questions need to be asked, which proved he is incredible. Right? So I say that to say this. While there are these important findings that needs to be discussed, the carpet bombing strategy is being employed, and this cannot be discussed because they're muddy in the water. So much things is out there, and I'm saying the media houses are complicit. They are facilitating these things because, like I said, the story about Paul Buchanan and he pushing out and TVJ trying to have public discourse on that matter is rubbish.
It's like they're basically drumming up support for him.
It's rubbish. And it also ties into the question asked. This government is going to be under more scrutiny because of the carpet bombing strategy. Boom.
Exactly.
Something happened. I one person about
Travi, you don't think Jamaicans are able to see through this? You don't think that we are at the point
a lot of Jamaicans is seeing through it because when I visit the comment sections of these social media pages, and because that's where you get the feedback from the people who is directly consuming these things, there's pushback. There's a lot of pushback. And we see it in their finance. The pushback is evident to them in their finances. And it's also evident when public pressure reach them to the point where they are addressing these things. They addressed it the other day, trying to distance themselves from being partisan. They had to address it the other day. It means the public pressure and pushback is reaching them.
Yes. Very much. I agree fully, Travi. I share the same sentiments. I mean, Paul Buchanan going up against the Prime Minister should not be gaining the form of media attention that it's getting. There are far more and way more important things that needs to get that form of media spot. It's just all about the agenda. It goes to show us the agenda of mainstream media.
Hold on, Scratchy. Watch that comment, from one of our propagandists. Travis, this isn't 2016 where the GLP control the social media. A PMP control social media. No. Uno just loud and wrong and strong. No control nothing. Because you do not control a person's ability to decipher and to also prove uno wrong and rubbish them. Because here you say that and it does not quiet me. It allows me to push back to the rubbish you're purporting. That's how social media works.
Exactly.
It's just like how Gleaner and all of them could have put in them paper and people couldn't respond to them directly. Is backfiring now. Yeah. To the point where them have to respond. Just like the IC, you can't just come out and do what you want. People are going to come and push back to the point where IC have to come out and tweet to try to address the public concern.
Yeah, but you are in a market.
You don't understand how social media work, man.
Hold on, Travis. You're in a market space. And I think that in a market space, you have to call out what you're selling.
Yes.
And therefore, I feel that you have to evaluate the environment in which you are and assess what you can and cannot do and look at who is supporting you and who is not and design a strategy, a public relations strategy that puts your message out there. You can't rely on RGR and the Gleaner and Nationwide to do it for you. You have to build it for yourself, and especially if you are in government.
No, what I'm saying, it's not the government should depend on them. I'm saying, to the question asked, why is it that this government is being held to account more? It is so because of the phenomenon that exists, that we are more the general public is more likely now to be reactive or to give their input on public discourse. It's not back in the day where we just listen to the radio and we could only talk among ourselves. We can talk transnationally now regarding these matters. And I did point out the bias, that the bias is an issue because guess what? They put it out now and you have people react from every angle and it's pushing back to the nonsense they're purporting, but yet
do you think, my brother, that this media bias of which you speak has found its way in the results of the poll? For example, you have the poll suggesting that 42% of Jamaicans say the country is heading in the wrong direction. Do you think that the media bias has a relationship to that?
The media bias has a relationship to it, yes. And here's why.
To create the perception. To creating that perception.
Yes, creating that perception. But here's another thing that we must consider too. Who did the pollsters question? Who did they question? Because when you check the poll, we have to make sure that every single question asked is all 1,500 people answer every one of the questions. They did not skip out any. Because here we're gonna have a conundrum now, where 42% said they now go, but guess what? A 10 percentage point difference does exist, that more people resonate with the JLP's policy and direction than that of the PNP.
That is the 12 o'clock. That is the 12 o'clock poll?
Yes.
So you understand what I'm saying? There's a
no.
You see the problem that exists now? 42% say they're going the wrong way. But in a different question, we have a 10 percentage point difference where people resonate with the administration in opposed to the. I'm not sure why I'm echoing.
No, not you. I call it echo.
Right. There's a 10 percentage point difference in people.
How do you explain that, Travi? How do you explain?
But
10%?
Hold on. I think we are conflate too many things, You take a point, Travi, where the media is concerned, right? But I think we are conflate too many things. Right? So let me address something where the media is concerned, and the happenings of what took place today in regards to the poll and what took place last night in regards to Paul Buchanan going up against the Prime Minister is nothing new, because in 2020, leading up to the 2020 election, most of the media was with the Labour Party as well. I remember Dan Jackson Miller asked some really outlandish question to the Prime Minister, especially when we were giving those press conferences where the COVID-19 is concerned. And to move forward into today, the bulk, the overwhelming majority, civil society, the media, we know that they are not for the government. But as Neighbor is saying, is that enough to cause the Labour Party not to see victory at the polls? Okay, so irrespective of the non-highlightness, the highlightedness of what the Labour Party is doing, we are still getting positive results from the electorate, and that is significant, right? So, and we can't, no party, as Neighbor is saying, that the party has its way of communicating. We can't depend on those media and those civil society groups to come out in our defense, right? Because we know that the tides, we are swimming against
The administration hasn't been depending on them too. The administration has kept at what they're doing, as we've seen. We've kept our mode of operation and keep going. You understand me? And keep doing the work. And keep doing the work.
Yeah.
My point in response to the question asked, like, let me change it from carpet bombing and try to get a different term that
that term is right. That term is right, because that carpet bombing is right, because from all angles, the government is being bombarded with the exception of with the exception of Nationwide. There's no positive coming out from the media, and Nationwide, if a pin jump against the Labour Party, they are going to jump at it as well.
All right,
they're trying to be balanced more than other, because right now, you cannot depend on even CVM news, right? Which I think was balanced, and to how I hear the presenter frame certain questions. I stop with CVM, right? So
CVM is no better.
Yeah, CVM is no better. So what we have to do is to just keep doing what we are doing. We noticed we have a press conference last week. We have one this week. We need to do more of that. We are engaging now in a soft campaign, slowly transitioning. Go ahead.
I want to mention something. I asked the question, was the Gleaner at the press conference this morning?
No, we're not.
Somebody said no, because they do not want to give us the highlight.
No, it's only Nationwide and CVM was at the press conference.
CVM was at the press conference.
Right.
Because the Gleaner do not want to give us the highlight.
Exactly. I would know that. And that is why we as Labour Party
TVJ just the same. TVJ just the same. The entirety of RGR communicate.
All of them
and that's why I said I expected TVJ to be a little bit more balanced. And they have shown me a side that, listen, I stopped watching them also because...
Don't forget the chairman of those groups, guys.
Well, that is true still. But
don't forget he endorsed Mark Bolin for president of the People's National Party.
Yeah. But I take your point, Travi. We are up against it.
But Carl, it is so... The media is so blatant with their biasness. It's just not funny anymore.
Just not funny anymore.
It's just not funny anymore.
I mean, isn't that the new reality? I mean, we're seeing it in America with Fox News. We're seeing it in America with CNN. Isn't that the new reality?
But Fox and CNN, their rhetoric is expected because Fox is known to support the Republican Party. CNN, the Democratic Party, that's unknown. But we have entity out here that say they are balanced.
Right.
They are purporting to be balanced.
Yeah. I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Guys, put themselves to be balanced and fair in their comments when they're not. You understand me? Being outright supportive of a certain political party is different from somebody presenting themselves to be balanced and fair.
Yes. So it's not news. It's opinion.
Right.
Neighbor, I want to bring something to your attention. Hear this. So based on the entirety of the poll that came out, they question people they call quote unquote political commentators. One being Mr. Boris and the other one being Mr. B. Smith, right? The two of them could not give a definitive answer regarding to the 42%. Here's the story. Here's what they came with. It would appear that the PMP's message is starting to resonate. Here's my question to that.
Travi,
What is that message?
I find that answer repulsive.
Exactly, Travis.
I
What message
find
is
it
the PNP? What
repulsive.
What
message?
is the message of the
Well,
PNP?
let me ask you something. Why is it
The
that
negative message.
why is it that they keep bringing on these political commentators?
But
They
you
can't
know,
find anybody.
Miss Spence, Nadine
Like
Spence, he
this
always balanced,
was, I think he was a house speaker on the PNP's behalf. How can you expect a fair or a balanced analysis from anything with regards to politics from him?
But he don't have a
It's
brain.
absolute
He don't have a brain.
nonsense. Just like this one at the NIA, how do you people call these people for comment and expect to get a fair and balanced comment? It's going to be partisan, whatever they say.
Exactly. That's what I always wonder as well. Are these
Yes, of
persons,
course,
are
do
these
that
the only
come out
persons who
with it.
are available? Are just sickening right now, man?
What's the solution to the
Selective
problem?
group.
What's the
It's all
solution?
a part of the coup. Scratchy, it's a part of the coup. It's a selective group. They only go to certain people.
So Travis,
certain
you
Christian.
are saying
Watch
that
this.
that by design,
Yes.
media organizations and other groups in Jamaica are sowing seeds of pessimism in the society that they hope will result in a negative against the government.
My response to that, my response to that, hello neighbors, actions speak louder than words. Their actions is so loud it's deafening.
So Travis, what's the real issue? Would you prefer, is it a case where it's because they are being hypocritical? It would be better if they just come out and say that they choose this side?
Just say that you choose this side and don't left people say, oh, it's because, yeah, just state clear what is it that you're
okay.
Don't try to portray yourself to be balanced and then no. Then you have people that go through mental gymnastics. Like, that's crazy.
Yes.
All right. Sorry.
We've been working around it. We've been working around it through social media, and I believe, like you stated, Carl, it's a light campaigning. We are not really campaigning, and we have a 10% percentage point in terms of resignation with the people. So we don't need
Travis, that's why I just tell Nate, Travis,
we're just having the discussion because it's in the public discourse.
That's why I tell neighbor earlier that we on this platform and social media respond to 5% of that push.
I want to tell you, who make that statement?
Well, to mute your additional conversation.
Yeah, sorry. Me they attack politics like with my family they are same way.
Yes,
Wait, let me soon give me talk.
Mute.
Travis.
Listening.
A long time I listen to you, You see, last year, before the local government election and the latter part of 2023, the People's National Party was running social media. I'm not really so much a social media person.
We are responsible for 5% of that 10%
when I
push.
hear you and others come out, HR Guru and you, Travis, I don't remember. There was another female, I can't remember her name. I don't know if it's Philippine or Goody or which one of them are kids. I don't remember.
Philippine.
Right, Philippine.
I will put them, man. There's some that is not even in the front right now. There's a will
May I talk about just start to talk about Labour Party and push back at the support of the people and the social media bloggers from the People's National Party.
Yeah.
It was you guys that caused the momentum to start shift back to the Labour Party, Because the whole of social media, I have to call on him, I can't remember someone's name, right? When you look for how much people are watching, 6,000-7,000 people are watching. I call my friend a Christian and said, no, we have to get some form of social media push back to these people because they resonate. And it almost cost us the Parish Council election.
I told neighbor.
I was going to say a while ago, that 5% push, and because of you guys.
I told yes.
Man.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Because Labour Party sit down quiet,
Exactly.
You remember when the Prime Minister, hold on. You remember when the Prime Minister come out and say, that's what them bring in Capis and Lino to boost the Labour Party social media presence, And the Prime Minister said, they have to try to have some form of social media push back to what is going on. And then you guys and we see start to proliferate now and and get wider and bigger.
And Carl, the reason why I push out to it is because I see how the PNP was behaving in here, you know.
Me
and
too.
I say I can't sit down and watch them take over social media.
Right. Me too. Because generally, you would catch me on these programs,
Yeah, I say I can't sit down and watch them take over.
I have to play my part too.
I have to play my part.
Yes.
And that is why maybe I repost and attack and I give my 2 cents.
I can't sit down and watch them. But Travis still. Travis.
Like fart.
I listen a long time to Travis, and I must say he's a youth where you make a whole lot of sense. Trust me, bro. Keep up the good work, brother.
All in the name of my country.
Yeah, man. Keep up the good work, brother. You did it on the live last night, right?
Last night, yes, I was on which live me did on last night?
I know me you did it on the live last night.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Scratch, remember, we did it on the live, but I got
yeah, man. Yeah. Respect, man. Respect.
Me, you, and who should be other person?
Yeah, man.
Yes, we had the conversation was on a high still. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, man. Respect, man.
It was on a high last night. Like, seriously. When we get the phone call, I was like, I gotta go.
Yeah, man. Respect, man.
Respect, man.
Yeah, man, neighbor.
Yeah, Uncle Robbie was there too until he said I have to go in bed.
Yeah, as I tell the neighbor, the social media pushes back right now. We'll push them.
Hello, neighbor. Let me say this. Let me make sure I tell you, Joshua called me personally. I'm not talking about TikTok and other things. Take up your phone and dial my phone number. I say, hey, you have to circle Hello Neighbor program. It's one of the programs that we have been on and have been, having the public discourse and you need to circle the program. So when I came on TikTok now and I see that you was live because I already followed you, I joined the live and I was listening at first before I give an input. I had to listen first,
Yes.
Me have to forward. Sir Joshua, you can't call me no more.
Yes, I know
that's
Joshua
exactly the request.
But tell us, Travi, in terms of the dissonance between public perception and party support. How you explain that?
Public perception, all right.
Yeah, the perception that the country is heading in the wrong direction is 42%. But at the same time, the party has a 10 percentage point lead advantage in terms of, is that popularity?
All right. So the question is structured like this: how much people resonate with the both parties and their policy? And I'm saying the JLP has a 10 percentage point lead in comparison to the PNP.
Isn't part of the difficulty there, though Travi, that the PNP people do not know what it is that they are offering at this time?
That is true, and that is because they're not offering anything. Because that's why I asked the question again. When Lyde B. Smith and Mr. Barrett claim that it's the PNP's message that seems to be driving this, I asked the question, what is the PNP's message? And I'll let me ask you that before we get even more in your question. Can you, Hello Neighbor, tell me what is the PNP's message?
I think what the PNP has been able to do successfully is to create a perception that Jamaica should be further ahead. And I think the Labour Party has been slow, or was slow to respond to time come. Because, somebody spoke about the individualistic nature of our people and how they view themselves vis-a-vis Project Jamaica. And so when you say to people, time come, the man who works $15,000 a week, for him, time really come. Or he should be further ahead. Individually, personally, he should be further ahead than where he is. And therefore, that message, I think, resonates with him, or it takes some root. And there was
but hold on, neighbor, I must say this. For an individual to have a need or feel as if they should be further ahead in life cannot be blamed on the government. That cannot be blamed on the government. It cannot be the government responsible.
It's not that it is blame on the government, because if you realize that the government mantra is that it promises prosperity, it says to the people, we're going to move you from poverty to prosperity.
All right. And
I don't know that we have clearly defined and get people to understand what does that include and involve. Because is prosperity driving a car, owning a house? The prosperity is that you took them from $6,200 to $15,000. Is it sufficient?
from
And
15
also,
from
Travis,
15% unemployment, from 15% unemployment to 3.5.
yes,
Name out the things, then, man. Name out the
yes,
things.
man. But remember,
The poverty score,
it is
score
still
coming from a high NPG of 20% of Jamaica under the poverty line to what it is now.
yes, but there is still some amount of income inequality in the country, and that cost of living has eroded the purchasing power of many of our people. You can tap into that discontent. You can tap into that. Let us not pretend as if that everything is all everything is well. There is some amount of disparity in the society, and I believe that the opposition has been able to capitalize on that. Because, as I said earlier, leadership is about taking people along. You can't create a vision without getting people to understand how it is that you're going to get there. If I'm going to get into the boat with you, I have to trust that you are competent enough to row this across the stormy waters. And when we are going through the stormy waters, Pravi, you have to get your people to understand that the storm is not going to last. It's going to pass. And then beyond this storm, here is what we are going to see. For example, earlier on, we spoke about the bureaucracy, that you promised that you're going to fix the road, but the people don't understand the bureaucratic process that eventually will get it done. In other words, the tendering process, yeah? The
procurement process I longest thing in the
Yes, and so people get frustrated and they lose trust in institutions and in government. So
right, hold on for a second, neighbor. May have to you said that the misery, the PNP have been tapping into the misery, but we have to ask ourselves how much of this is on the part of the government, because guess what? More jobs are available now. That's the government's job.
It does not matter that they blame the government. It does not matter that they blame the government.
Neighbor, hold on. That before you respond, we understand that there are people who is disenfranchised and them purchasing power has gone. But we have to look also on the fact that more opportunities exist now that a lot of Jamaica aren't equipped to take up. They're not qualified. What has the government done? Is make education and training and skills training, qualification more accessible. Hold on. The opportunities are here.
No, Travi. I did not know that the government has created 150,000 jobs. Is last week Chuck brought that to my attention, and I see myself as someone who is very, very interested in news.
Well, Travi, the key question again, Travi, is can the government really meet the needs of these 42% persons who said that they don't see the country going anywhere? Are these persons being honest?
Those people are
hello, neighbor.
Coming to you, man. Coming to you.
How many of these persons responded to this question and being politically biased? That's what we need to get.
Those respondents are partisan.
Yes.
Yeah, those respondents are a lot of them.
How many persons in Jamaica have information about the successes of the government, and how do they have access to the information?
All right, that's a very good question. A very, very good question. How many persons?
Hold on, before you follow up with that question.
Listen, a lot of people. The access is there. We're living in the information age. The access is there. It comes back to the carpet bombing strategy to keep the people distracted and one bad news after one bad news and keep public discourse on this and that. I see where they have Dayton just today, because Dayton have about 4 or 5 headlines out right now. One of them stating that the government clamped down on freedom of speech.
Right.
Freedom of speech. Why him say that? Because a certain man go do What he want to do and say what he want to say, that is against the law, and now the law is being measured against him. They will complain and say it is against freedom of speech, and it's the government actively clamping down on freedom of speech. Absolute nonsense. Absolute rubbish.
But also the question is, do the people want to get access to this kind of information? Because
do you know that by the Ministry of Education's own statistics, 315,000 Jamaicans are illiterate? 315,000 Jamaicans
coming from
are
what?
illiterate.
Coming from
How
what?
do you?
Coming from what? Coming from what? Coming from what figure? Are going? Yeah, is it an increase or is it a decrease? Because
the question is that these people are, the pollsters go to them, and they are also voters. Do they have access to the information? Do they have access?
Of course they have access, but do they strive to get the information other from running with headline news?
But these people are more likely to believe the hype than they are to go to where the facts take them. This is what I'm trying to do.
And that is what the government is doing, and that is what the Prime Minister is doing.
Hold on the wealthy, that's true, neighbor, and that's why the argument I made about the carpet bombing strategy, that's where it is dangerous.
Dangerous strategy.
Some people who just want the excitement and the sensationalization.
Politics is a competitive field, sir. And politics is and it's all about messaging. You cannot allow your opponent to dominate the PR. You must respond. Right? And I think to be fair, the party has been a little late in responding to some of this, and have allowed a perception to be infused into Jamaican psyche that needs now to be erased. Do you have sufficient time to erase it?
No, but that information or the information that is being put. Let me make this
Let us
point.
look at the latest data released by Blue Dot. If we are here, right, and we have lost time, but we are still ahead of the PNP, and the campaign has not started yet. The budget has not been read. A lot of the projects have not been finished where people can feel and touch. Do you think the same narrative will stand?
Well, I have been ever since I came on this program. How could a government? How could a government with the record that
if we are late out of the blocks, if we have been late out of the blocks, and the data still shows that PNP is trailing, and we have not campaigned yet, we have not read the budget yet, and a lot of the projects that are supposed to finish this year before the general election, and people can literally go there out by St. Thomas and touch those buildings. The buses that are coming, JUTC buses, they're real, 100 of them. I will see them coming from the ports.
While the PNP has been campaigning 4 years now.
Over the last 4 years.
If come back, Mivi, because more have to hear what you have to say. As I'm about to say, hey, Mivi, give Mivi a chance, Mivi jump up. Mivi, come back, man, because we were dealing for share the space. And the
One and only winner, while the PNP has been on the road to 4 years straight.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, we know the psychology of our people.
So we are gaining traction over them, and while they have been on the road to 4 years straight.
Yeah.
I think it's just partisan, neighbor, to be honest. I think it's just partisan. As I said before, I will not dwell on that 42%. My concern is more the 18% Jamaica Labour Party supporters.
Travi, I want you to tell me to speak to the Jamaican who feels that even within this context of prosperity, he still feels that nothing is going for him. Speak to that. How are you going to convince that Jamaican to vote when you speak of successes, but when he looks at his own individual circumstances, in still sucking salt through wooden spoon? You have to reach that one too.
Yes,
Isn't this
we
where
have
the
to reach that.
problem is, though? Isn't this
Yes, we
where the
have to reach that
problem is?
individual.
And
Yes, we will have to reach that individual, and in reaching that individual, we must check. We must show that the opportunities exist. It's just that a lot of people aren't willing to change. We're stuck in our ways, and we don't want to evolve. And we're
You
living in
guys
an
are
evolving
not
world.
admitting.
But you
You
know,
guys are
neighbor,
not admitting
neighbor,
that there is a two-party system in the country. One party is going to say everything to convince the people that you're not doing anything. You understand what I'm saying to you? And you can't blame them.
No.
Opposition
They
parties.
can't. Them
neighbor.
can't convince anybody that
I
they're not doing anything.
they
Their
can
track record speaks
hold on,
loudly.
no. Chavi, they can convince the illiterate minority that you would have mentioned earlier, the ones that who quote unquote as you put it don't have access to information or fail to have access to information for them to see for themselves what is taking place and what is available to them. However, in order to convince such a person or such individuals then who are seeing they are not feeling the effects, you have to highlight and show them where they were and where they are now and how we can go further. Also, in doing that and in highlighting all of that, you can tell them and speak to them of the benefits that is available to them now that was never available to them. Also, based on their family, their circumstances, or wherever they are now, and you highlight those to them and show them, and you educate them about what it is. Because a part of the process is through education. Because if a man don't know a thing, then he can really benefit from it because he don't know about it. So a part of it is to educate them, teach them, show them what can be done, and provide the opportunities and means. Which the opportunities and means are there, but it's just that you need to educate them about the opportunities, tell them where to go, how to go about the process, and then you can see meaningful change. And that is how it's supposed to be done.
Okay, neighbor, you know, I want to share just two quick things. I have never seen where a government in power that enjoy this question, this 42% question, where if the country going in the wrong or the right way. I remember the only time that happened in this government, the life of this government was, I think, was in 2021. Every other time, the people always say that the country is going in the wrong direction. Because remember now, people have them own, most of these people, you know, is individualists, you know, if there's a road goes on. You know, people are looking out for them own bread and butter. People, I'm gonna drive a taxi. The route may get soft because JUTC bus may come on the route. So in earning slow down.
Yes.
So if you interview such a
So
person,
for him,
what
things are going in the wrong direction.
if you interview such a person, he might go tell you, say, no, nah, go on. And the country are going in the wrong direction. Is it so for the rest of the country? Maybe no.
Then
maybe
why
yes.
Carl Lewis, to your
Yeah.
point. Carl,
Yeah, Travis.
to your point, Carl Lewis. From what I've heard, from the information I have, Blue Dot have 1,500 samples, 1,500 different individuals they have checked. It is 42% of those, that 1,500. That 1,500 does not accurately tell us what Jamaican 3 million people living on the island.
No, we know that. But Travis, you know, with all due respect, it's a sample still, and we have to respect it. We have to, it is what it is. And I mean, a sample is a sample. You know, a sample is a sample. And this is something where we always, use for gauge the thing. So we don't really want dismiss it in totality and say, boy, the right and so forth and so forth. Because remember, 2021 we'd have said right. And 2020 we'd have jump up.
Well, hold on.
You know,
in 2021, it was 34%, right? In 2021, it was 34%. But Carl, I am going to agree with you 100%. And that's why I've said earlier to neighbor, I think that questioning should be abolished. Because at no given time, even though you quote an exception, at no given time, any incumbent government, no matter how well they are doing, a lot of people is going to answer negatively towards that question because they're going to use their personal circumstances to answer that question. And I've been
So
saying
we
for a
want, don't
long
we
time,
want
so that
these
question
personal
is,
perception and personal circumstances to improve?
repeat that?
Don't we want these personal circumstances to improve, sir?
Of course.
Everyone is like them personal.
But
we
good
want,
afternoon,
Yes,
everybody.
and isn't the next election about how are we going to improve the circumstances of these people?
but neighbor, but hold on, we have to understand, a personal circumstances is not always dependent on what the government does.
That's what I was about to say.
Yes.
Because everybody has their own individual belief what they think prosperity is for them.
Yes.
Right.
The
And
way
I'm
that
saying,
I may view prosperity for myself, someone will look at it in a different context to say
all
that's
right,
not
all right,
prosperity for me.
all right. Carl Lewis makes a valid point that if a man run a taxi, a man is running taxi and JUT buses is introduced on that route, and his money is being cut because of the JUTC buses. He's going to feel disgruntled, but he needs to say to himself that, listen, if the taxi is not working out, I need to move on and do something else.
You know what I understand?
And the economy
what I'm
offers him
earning.
that opportunity, that option.
Yeah, but you have to put it just like anybody, I can't speak for my own self. I used to have things really, really hard. And what do I do to make things better? I don't blame the government. I go there and I educate myself. A lot of things that people are blaming the government for, it is their responsibility to do something that is going to enhance their life.
Exactly. Because you see a lot of people, all right, we spoke of the persons that are not privy to information. And one of the things why I can't put that on government or anybody for that very reason is because there are a lot of times when persons have the information readily available to them, but they are just not interested in doing certain things. Some people in Jamaica will not want to make the sacrifice in their lives to educate themselves, to go back to school, to get an education where they can lift their standard of living. Some people believe that they are qualified to chop a man's yard and want to get a certain amount of money for doing that.
We have to work that way. Then on the Jamaican spirit, sir. We have to work on this nation building thing where we get everyone to understand that Project Jamaica is not about an individual. Because I could say something about business.
All right, hold on. If a man is running taxi and things that work out, why not try to, all right, then I'm going to see if I can open a little shop, see if I can do something else on the weekend, because a lot of us Jamaicans, when we come to developed countries, America, England, Canada, don't we work 2, 3, 4 jobs?
Yes.
Don't we do something?
But Carl, one of the things too, and I said it, you said it good, but what I'm trying to say also is that a lot of people believe if they don't make a certain amount of money every single day, something is wrong. Because people believe that every day, for instance, if they touch on taxi drivers, you don't find the same amount of people that are going to be traveling every day. So there are going to be days where you will carry 10 passengers for today, but tomorrow you'll only carry 4. And if they only carry 4 passengers for today, they are going to blame the government, say, boy, nothing on go on them out a whole day and them but people.
Question, guys. Question. Can the country be going in the right direction but because of my personal circumstances and choices, it is not benefiting me.
Thank you. Very good question.
Exactly.
Very good
Yes,
answer.
of course.
That
Of
is the
course.
reality. Nevertheless, hold on the Carl Lewis. Maybe was on early and he never get a chance to say what he must say, and they have to go somewhere and then come back. And then after him, we have what's Graham. So we're gonna share it up a little bit because a while ago me and Hello Neighbor that dominated space along with Scratchy. So we have to let in other people in the conversation. All right, Carl, we could let in other people and hear what going on.
Yeah, shower labor.
Who's on now? Who is on now?
Mivi.
Nivi.
Yeah,
What's
shower
happening,
labor.
Nivi?
Yeah, man. Alright. I'm listening to the discourse, and there's one science that we tend to put aside and forget, and we don't give enough credence to it, and that's called marketing.
Tell us
What?
about Max.
Yeah, whilst the PNP came out making all them noise, the people will buy into the noise until the truth come out, but the truth have to come out with good timing. Because if you put out the truth from too early, not just the truth, not just the truth, if we start trying to bang at it and put money behind it too, because marketing take money. We're going to this last stretch right now, and what I see happening is a good timing. We have all the programs in place. It's not like this government going to have to put any propaganda out there. And it is the messaging is coming through one channel, not varied channels. We are do our thing. Bloggers are do them thing. We out there, we attack. The same thing that we're going to hear coming from Party Central, like we are here now. You hear a commentary this morning, that meeting. The marketing timing important. What you're going to notice now, PNP start to repeat themselves, repeat the lies, which is easily debunked because all the facts are there to show.
Right.
When your market are sure, right? If your market, try market 6 months, you're going to kill your pocket before the show time for come. And then you won't be able to do all the marketing mix at the end, the last 6 weeks, right? So that science we have to understand. One thing we Labour right sure about is this government has produced so many things. And I keep saying this. Me born 1968. Me a 56-year-old. I've never seen so much things happening in my country all at the same time. Positively.
Like what? Tell us some of the things that you see happening.
Repeating. Bus buying infrastructure like police station, fire station. Montego Bay have the largest fire station in the Caribbean. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know.
$500 million bill that fire station.
That is why I asked you to tell me.
And not only that, maybe, but we have Westmoreland Divisional Headquarters coming right behind Montego Bay.
Thank you very much.
St. Catherine Divisional Headquarters coming just in time, just the same. We have the Spanish Town Hospital being redeveloped and revamped. The Cornwall Regional Montego Bay.
And
we
the
have
Children's Hospital too, another hospital.
even very recently in Lindsay, that has never been happened before. We have the police station currently being renovated.
You said the Spanish Town Hospital is being redeveloped,
right? And being expanded. Yes, currently as we speak,
we are the town hall meetings that are keeping people abreast of this happening and the impact that is going to have.
That is it. The Ministry of Health would have posted this so people can become apprised of the information that is taking place. And it was showcased and highlighted. So if you're going Spanish Town right now, you will see right now the construction taking place right there. On the bypass going back Marchpen Road, go straight back in. You have being developed for the divisional headquarters.
Give up in the hills of St. Catherine. The little old lady who is in the wheelchair, that they're going to be pushing to the polling station to vote. She don't know about that.
Who tell us that they don't know about that, Amelo?
Well, I'm asking.
But that's the thing. We never know who really knows. But this information has been regurgitated throughout social media, throughout the different platforms of the hello. But it goes back to the point where, do the people really want to be apprised of the information that is being circulated? Exactly. Because if it's just in the snap of a finger, you can get that information. All you have to do is right now is go on Ministry of Health website, on Instagram or any social media platform, and it's being highlighted that is one of the projects going on currently. Even Christopher Tufton recently, the minister recently highlighted and said that construction currently is taking place there at Spanish Town. So information like that is easily
that was
accessible.
spoken of in 2 budgets ago.
Exactly, and it's ground broke in 2024 of January last year, I believe. So and construction has started since then. I remember when even the Prime Minister came out and said the new hospital that will be built or renovated in Spanish Town, no done or nobody can run here. So then things so they can come here. So that now go on.
And well, let's add this to the clinics. The upgrading of clinics, so many clinics in the rural areas.
Exactly. Even Linstead Hospital, Linstead police station and courthouse recently. In the courthouse not even finished because I went to the courthouse this morning and it was renovated. Totally finished. The police station currently under construction.
Hello neighbor, I like what you do a while ago.
You understand?
Hello neighbor, I like what you just did.
Go ahead.
Right? You just did it.
And I love it too. So now we are on the ground and we're able to share what is going on.
And
so
Wealthy,
129 people on the platform are apprised.
Not to cut your Wealthy, 600 million coming for the health center in Portmore as well.
But also let me add my little bit to in my community. A justice center is being built in my community.
It's not say the information is not readily
run down for years. And now a new post office is also being built on the same building of the Justice Center. There is also going to be a police post right there, adjacent to the police station that is already there. And there's a lot of things that
and the new Parliament building will start this financial year as well over here, Spark.
I want to ask a question. And
hello, it's not that information is not there, but
it's what people want to know. Right.
I want the information at hand.
I think we must appreciate that negative news sells more, eh?
Yes.
And
the noise will sell. The noise will sell until the facts come.
I am sure that if you come on TikTok with nastiness and cas,
you will have 1,000 views and then pay you and send you a gift. But yes,
guys,
but listen, I just want to make this point.
With all of that improvement in the health sector,
new taxes.
Remember, hold on, Wealthy.
Let's take.
There's one part that is going to affect, that is affecting people in their pockets right now, and it's those 800 and odd medical staff that has been put on. Not contract no more, but permanent, right? That happened last year. Am I correct?
But me not remember about them. About the medical staff. We people in from NSWMA too.
Yep, sure enough, those over NSWMA.
Contemporary contracts. A lot of them, and even recently, I think recently the Minister of Finance and Public Service, she posted that over 13,000 Jamaicans who were on contract have now been placed on permanent employment.
Yes.
Recently, she tweeted it on Twitter.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. Travis, let me ask a question. In regard to this question here really a pause me and I ask myself from the other day. Do we really believe post office? Do we really believe post office is relevant these days?
Yes, it is.
Yes, man.
Why?
Because that's where some people
hold on,
collect their pensions.
Carl, the fact that you asked this question have me to think that you're not abreast with the latest development.
No, I am my reason. No. Don't say what you have. I am asking a question and we are educating each other and I have a reason. There's a reason why I asked this.
All right. So
it is relevant. Why? This is my point. Let me make
Go ahead, Wealthy.
It is relevant because one, speaking from experience, my grandfather, when he collects, or when we go to collect his pension and to send off any letter, because he's a citizen of the United States, well, a former citizen of that, and he has to go and collect his letter from what them call it over there, Social Security, for it to be sent over and signed and sent back. So that's one reason why it is relevant, and that you don't have any other agency other from probably DHL and FedEx, and it can't go through FedEx. It has to go through the post office for important and sensitive information such as that. So you have that reason. Another reason is that when they use the post office for the collection for path benefits, also for persons within the different districts and communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica. So that is one of the reasons why it is still important. And like myself, I like collecting my mail just the same. As young as I am, collecting my mail and reading my bill via hard copy, even though they're cutting it out now, but that's another reason. And then other persons, like the older persons who are accustomed to getting and receiving their mail packages, etc., that those are the mediums in which they
Got you.
get
Travis,
their
because I need
information,
to
etc.
tell you why I asked that, you know. Travis, you want to come in back now?
All right, so I understand. Me perceive where you go that regular mailing and writing letters, sending letter the traditional way is becoming obsolete, but it's not totally obsolete yet. Not only that, this government has also using the post office space to multitask or for multi-purpose uses. The needs what do I call it now? Sign up centers is going to be incorporated into the post office. You know, using an already an expense that the government already have in terms of the building, the space and maintaining it to bring in another government service. Not just needs, they're putting something else into the post office. I can't remember right now, but there's another service that will be added. We see also where the post office in Wat Town in Senton, they also using it as a resource center for the children of the community. So the post office still holds its relevance in my view, and I think it's innovative that this administration is not just letting it dwindle slowly, but has added new value, new meaning, and new purpose to the post office to keep it alive and to, you know, bolster the result we get out of money that we spend.
If I could just steer us back a little to my own thinking that there is a disconnect in the society.
No, neighbor. I don't know if you're on the same line of argument that we are on. I was asking the question if we believe that post office is still relevant. And Travis and
yeah, could I add as well? Could I add something as well?
And I just want to come in back, but
yes, Carl. Could I add?
Yes, sir.
Personally, I think that we still have it still have relevance. Can it be expanded more? I think so. I live overseas, and I see where the Canada Post and the US Post is. I think the post office in Jamaica can go to that level, but I think it still have relevance. As Travis says, the government is using to do multitasking. It's the government main source of sorting and certain transactional point.
You see on this information,
but there's future for it.
We must
be careful that. Can go ahead now, Carl.
We do not.
Yeah, neighbor. Just give me a chance to wrap up a little bit, neighbor. You know, honestly, I really is of a different views from you guys. That I mean, most of the business that usually done at the post office, not doing there anymore because, for example, pension. Most pensioners collect their pension through the bank, right? And when they talk about part program, they also collect it through the bank. Yeah. You know, so post office, this check business is less than 10% around where part is concerned. I go through the bank. Pensioner, less than 10%. I go through the part and pensioner. I go through the post office. They're all going through the bank. Now, you have a lot of courier service, DHL, and you name it, such and such and such and such. So, you know, I really believe that, I don't know, but I am not totally convinced that we should still have post office. I believe that we should have really look how vibrant it is right now and probably dismantle.
I disagree. Carl, the reason why
hard and fast, nothing. In my argument, I don't have a hard and fast panic. But
right. I understand your point, but I disagree.
Yeah,
Why I
because
disagree? Remember, we are trying to establish what we would deem as efficiency throughout the sectors. What we can do instead of dismantling it altogether or eradicating it altogether is to revamp and to add, as Travis would have indicated, more mandate or give them a different mandate than that they can do in
It can be
incorporating other
expanded, yes.
businesses. Because it is really good. And a lot of persons look forward to their meals on a Monday and a Wednesday. Well, on a Wednesday and a Monday and a Friday in my community to go to the postal agency.
Can I
What
quickly
we need
add?
to do is to revamp it, come with a different mandate and say, all right, extend what they have, give them something additional to what they're currently doing, so
Carl,
that we
one quick
always have
question.
that efficiency.
Sir
Just
Carlos,
the same.
one quick question. Wealthy, I beg your pardon. Let me ask Sir Carl one quick question. Sir Carlos, when we remove, let's say in the eventuality, or we take your idea to remove the Jamaica postal services, and because you mentioned the private couriers and FedEx and everybody, when that is removed, what do you think the private entities them are going to do?
Well, okay. Well, all right. If it's profitable to the government to have them and
Not
not
every
just
business is about profit. It's not every business is about profit. Carl.
no,
Just
I mean,
Travis,
understand
you
that,
think
sir,
it's not a
Travis.
profitable
No, me
Travis,
understand that.
Travis,
Fine,
to add
fine.
to Carl, just as they are saying, the government could even think that same way and say, why have JUTC bus if we have so many taxis and other routes as well? There are certain
guess
services that government has to provide, and the postal service is one of those
But
crucial
no,
sectors.
but
Not
That the
my
government,
just
argument
that,
is,
but
you know,
the cost of using services that is provided by the post office, the private man, once they control the market, so the
yes, and
price
so,
government services come at a
but
less and
guys,
more cheaper cost.
but guys, follow me now. If something of you said, Travis, is not all about profit and support and
not
support,
everything
but
about
we're
profit.
still not in a, not for lose billions and billions still, you know. If the
And we not lose billions through the
no,
post office.
I am only saying that if it is a case where we are lose money from the post office, then I feel say it should
It will be considered a matter
CM has
of
to, well, Sir Carl,
lose
with
like
that
that.
said, the same must be said with JUTC because JUTC is
True.
costing us
Exactly,
way
that's
more
my
money.
point.
It's costing us way more money.
It's a social service. The bus service is a
JUTC never
social
make a
service.
profit yet, you know.
all right,
JUTC is a social service.
me hear both of you, and me no want prolong the argument, but I could also say about JUTC says a total different thing.
JUTC is a social service.
That is a social service where you can't really you can't just cut out some. Because there's thousands and thousands of people that depend on that.
But Carl, the
My
postal
question is
service
this,
is
Carl.
a service,
Because a
social
larger
service to
number of
us.
people benefit from JUTC, you won't cut it and forget about the small number that benefits from using the post office. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
it's
saying?
a lot. Yes, you can look at it the way there. Me I look at it the way there. It's a lot. You see, you have to still weigh the pros and the cons. It's a lot. It's a more large amount of people that benefit from JUTC than the post office.
That's
Because
what you would
me
think.
not get my bill. I mean, I not tune a mail again. A text.
But that's what you would think.
I think going forward, the government will have some more functions at the tour. They will roll out of needs.
Until then, my brothers. Until then, where I see more function add on.
Yeah,
I
understand your point. I understand your point.
I want to keep it.
I understand your
I'm very
point.
surprised, Carl, to know that a lot of Jamaicans and even others use the postal service, not just to deliver mail, but deliver packages as well, right across the length and breadth of Jamaica. You would be very surprised. When I say deliver packages, when I go to Linseed Post Office, especially like today on a Monday, sometimes occasionally when I go there, the lines that are there for persons lining up to deliver packages or to send out packages to deliver right across Jamaica, I'd be surprised. Remember, not everywhere Knutsford Express goes, and not everywhere these courier service goes, where the post office goes or postal agencies go. So you have to weigh those. And remember, you have the district that have them look a postal agency. And the persons who want to deliver their package or have they do depend on the postal services that the government provides to deliver their packages to their customers. you'd be very surprised to know the amount of money that postal
But
service
said
needs.
speed or wealthy, it can be. I think they can add other functions to it and make it more robust.
That's what I'm saying. Not
But that
get
is
rid of
exactly
it
what is happening.
altogether, but
In the
give
first time
them
I addressed
a
the question,
different
you know, Scotty,
mandate.
Huh?
the first time I addressed the question, I did mention that the government is looking into having the post office
Funding.
they already have to pay for be a multifaceted facility
Yeah,
that
that's where we
gives
should go
multiple
with.
services to the people. They have already signed off on to adding needs rollout into the post office. And we see the example where the post office in Watttown Center, when it was rebuilt and reopened, it also opened as a resource center for the community, not just the postal services.
So does it benefit rural Jamaica more than the urban?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying these post office locations, when the government revamp them, they will be multifaceted facilities. That's
No,
what I'm
my
saying.
reason for saying that, Travis, is because even with Wealthy, when Wealthy was making reference, Wealthy was reference to the rural side. You were referring to the rural side. So I'm just asking if the postal service more of a benefit to the rural side of Jamaica than the urban.
All right. So Travi, what's the message? What's the message going forward for the party? By the way, I realize that political activities across the country is increasing significantly. Are we going early?
No, we're not. We're not. There is it right there.
Santidosan.
I'm not going no further with that, neighbor. We're not, and we're leaving it right there.
Okay. All right. So are you expected to lose any seats?
We're going into that part.
Don't go in detail.
We have a brand new guest.
Don't go
We
in
have a brand new guest.
Neighbor, I'm going to say this. Hold on, no. I'm not going to comment and make remarks like our former prime minister.
Do I look like a loser?
Come on, man.
You're not that arrogant.
We're not gonna do that. We let the people at the poll decide, and then we can talk after.
Yeah,
we're not gonna run. We're not run with it.
What is the aspirational message to Jamaicans? I am
Put it this way.
The aspirational message would be.
Hold on. Let's read one of it.
That sounds like a closing.
I don't think that we can speak solely about what we have done. What is the aspirational part of the message that you are putting out there today, especially for those on the side?
It would be, for me, from my perspective, is to one, look where we're coming from, look where we are now, and then
would you be able to define for us where we're coming from?
We're coming from a place where one, unemployment was at an all-time high. We could order, within the government sector and other private sectors, job was scarce. You can consider it a scarcity. And we're coming from 13 to 3%. I'm not sure if my figure is correct there.
15% in the Portia Simpson-led administration. 15%.
So we're coming from that where more persons are becoming involved and more persons are getting jobs and opportunities. Think about it also where the opportunities that are being presented to persons, for example, the HEART program where persons that are leaving high school now, the sixth form pathway program where persons before they leave sixth form, they're able to acquire a driver's license. They're able to acquire a skill set.
Which school that is happening in, sir?
It's right across the schools in Jamaica. We know you have the technical schools, we have the traditional high schools.
Can get a driver's license.
It is available to them based on the Ministry of Education.
Sixth form students at all over high can get a driver's license.
It was rolled out for the sixth form pathway program, so it is accessible across the schools. Also, we see where that is happening and that is taking place. So we're coming there where we're training the young from early for them to be educated in terms of driving, road competence, all of that. the art program, we see persons are getting more skills, and we have the skills
You
on
sound like
demand
you sound
program.
like a young man. You sound like a young man. Are you below the age of 30, sir?
I am. I
You are
am.
below the age of you
I
are below
am.
the age of 30.
I am.
So
So
where did you shape your political philosophy? The political ideology that you expostulate, how was it shaped?
I grew up in a PMP dominated area. Robert Pickersgill was MP for the past 30 years in Northwest St. Catherine after John Bernard Stevenson, Jack Stevenson. And I would have realized that based on Pete Pickersgill, I wasn't in Jack Stevenson's era, so I can't speak to that, but I was in Pickersgill era. And based on my what I'm seeing on the ground, and there's really and literally no legacy that would have been left by the incumbent, well, the former member of parliament for Northwest St. Catherine. And in doing that, I would have said that they speak so highly of youth development, but they haven't left anything to develop. There's no heart facility or any training facility, to my knowledge, that is within Northwest St. Catherine until recently, when the Prime Minister and Dr. Ingleton from Hart would have announced that they are setting up facilities right across Northwest St. Catherine for persons. Charlemont High School is one such example. Then we have the Baptist Church in Linstead and other facilities right across Northwest St. Catherine. So with that, I realized that these persons always talk about education, but it's much ado, in the words of Mark Golding, much ado about nothing, really. So that in itself led me to say, hey, I can't follow this mandate that they're following, but I have to go at opposite direction to see where
When did you come to this realization? And what happened in the society? What was happening in the society at that time?
Well, I realized that more young people was getting involved in terms of
you
training
responded to a hype.
Not said a hype, but I do my research really and truly, and I always have my ears on the ground to find out what is going on. And somebody who is always passionate about education and always involving and youth empowerment. So I'm always apprised of information in that aspect, and that's fair. Also, based on where I want not just my constituency, but where I want my fellow Jamaicans to be in terms of education, opportunities, skills training, because we realize that there is a lot of skills that are demanded currently, and we didn't have the facilities in place to train the young people who want to get the skill. As my grandfather would always say, studyration beat education. I don't know what it means, but it means the man we have him skill, we always beat sometimes the man with his education, because you're always going to constantly need the masons, the tilers, the carpenters, and all those skill workers. So that for me in itself inspired not just myself, but a few others within my community and surrounding areas to say, hey, we're gonna take up this mantle and see what the Jamaica Labour Party is about.
What is it that impresses you most about the party, sir?
The fact that there's unity in the party. Two, I see the vision of the leader and where we want to go.
What is the vision?
The vision is to every ghetto youth, as in his word, to be a star.
The star.
Everyone can make it. Everyone can make it, whether you come from the poorest corner of Jamaica, but you are able to make it and to aspire to do great things. So that in itself, I remember, without vision, the people perish, as Marcus Garvey would have highlighted. And the Prime Minister have a vision, so the people won't perish. Right? So that in itself.
Your group, your age group, Wealthy, Are they attuned to the politics as you are?
I'm not sure, but I always try to keep them informed in the loop as to what is transpiring or what is going on.
What it is
But
that you need? What is it that you guys? How do you see Jamaica? Your age group. How do you see Jamaica? And where is it that you want to see the country going? I'm interested in understanding. I am more than twice your age. So take me back to the perspective of the below 30. What type of Jamaica do they want to live in, and how do they see Jamaica today?
Well, I can't. While I can't speak for the entire populace in my age group, I can speak for myself. And the Jamaica that I want to see is one where the opportunities for young people is there. The not just opportunities, but persons are able to now grow based financially, mentally, physically, all sorts of educationally. Also, they're able now to branch out, creating business opportunities for others, creating wealth for their family, breaking generational curses, as we put it, and moving beyond the status quo, as I would put it in my own words. Go out there, dare to be different, charting uncharted seas that have never been. Go beyond what is that is limiting us as young people, or some, I would say, limiting us then per se. So that's a Jamaica that I want to see, one where my little sister can come up and get the same opportunity, whether based on her status, color, or whatever it is, as others would have gotten. So that is the Jamaica that I aspire to see and I want to see. And based on the trajectory now that the Honorable Dr. Prime Minister now would be going on, I would say that he's on a good path. He's not perfect. Government is not perfect. But continuing on the mandate that he has, I see that meaningful change will occur. And also young people would get better opportunities for not just themselves, but for their families and the future to come.
You think the party
Well
has
said, bro. Well
has
said.
earned a third term?
In my view, yes, and possibly a fourth and a fifth. But I won't add to that part. I digress at that part. But yes, I
Well
believe
said.
that they would have garnered the support of not just the young populace, but a lot of older persons as well. And again, no government is perfect. But
Yes.
with this one, we are seeing strides and we're seeing ways of improvement, not just in the public health sector, not just in the but all across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Things that we've never seen before. So we have
Are
to
you
give to see
thinking
that.
about taking the plunge into politics, sir?
Of course, I
You
want to
are
come
thinking
back
of
home as a
going into politics?
Jamaican politician. Of
Huh?
course, of course.
Really?
Definitely.
Hello, neighbor.
In order to
Hello,
make
Coming to you.
meaningful change,
We have two
neighbor.
residents who hasn't gotten a chance to share just yet. Wealthy
Who is
and
that?
Wealthy Agadea. We have two
Candice,
new residents.
All
I
right,
think
let them
it's
go ahead.
Fox Dan
Well said,
and I
Wealthy.
see
Big up yourself.
Canty Dawson here. He was in the comment very active, you know.
Come in, Candice. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you, sir? I've been
Tell
listening
me
for
what is the
some
correct
hours now.
pronunciation of your name, sir?
Cantidosan.
Cantidosa.
There you go.
Cantidosa, how are you? And what do you make of the discussion so far, sir? And if you don't mind telling us which part of the island you are?
I would be based in Portmore, Fitz Jackson's
Portmore?
constituency.
I see where Portmore is now our 15th parish. How you feel about that?
I am indifferent, but I frequent a lot of JLP.
You said you are
spaces.
indifferent?
Indifferent in the sense that I don't ideologically align with either party, but I've been frequenting JLP spaces because I was born and raised as a quote-unquote comrade, even though I do not. Hey, Joshua, I see you. Good to see you. Even though I do not align with the party, I would be considered an independent because ideologically, I have my own path. But as far as Portmore
Would you
becoming a
would you
parish,
mind sharing with us, sir? What
Hold
is
on,
that?
hello. Let him finish, no neighbor. Let him finish and then you go to the next question. I mean, we have a question them back, you know. Hold on.
Yes, son.
right?
So you
So
say you have an ideology that is independent. But how
yes,
can you be independent at a time like this when the democracy requires participation and we only have a two-party system? Either one of them are going to form the government. How can you be independent?
I know it's between a rock and a hard place for somebody like myself.
What is the
But
rock and what is the hard?
You know, the questions them are coming fast and thick. Hold on, you
so
know,
you
one
know,
more question yet, you know.
I was hoping to address the original question and even the one before that. First of all, because you were asking
Hello, neighbor.
about
You
how I feel
part.
about it
You part.
becoming
You can have to take the
the
two questions at once, can't you do, son? All right, so we can
Yes,
go forward.
let's I want to understand his
rapid fire.
ideology, his independent
Oh
ideology,
boy,
which
that will
leans
spend the whole
towards the Labour
night.
Party. I'm gonna shut up
Oh,
and listen to you.
okay. Okay, hold on. No, my independent ideology and why I would lean towards the Labour Party are two different conversations, and I'd rather address the leaning towards the Labour Party.
Oh my God, we have Joshua joining us, you know, so you have to
Yes.
go
No,
ahead.
I'm familiar with Joshua, man. We've
Go ahead.
exchanged before. Yes, ideologically, why I would lean towards the JLP right now is because they have shown economic prudence and have demonstrated some kind of growth. But I was hoping, in contrast to the PNP, right? But I was a boy for the most part in my formative years when the PNP was in power. Now, the reason I would also lean to the JLP is because right now, the PNP has put forth nothing. I look up their manifesto and I don't see anything. I don't know what they're waiting on. I don't know what they're relying on. But at this point, I don't have a choice.
But to be fair, you know, sir, neither party has yet published a manifesto for this election. The PNP's
Yes, but
manifesto and the Jamaica Labour Party's manifesto for 2020 is available.
yes,
So what
yes,
manifesto
but
is
the
that?
incumbent party has a track record to lean on.
And
They
a
have
message,
demonstrated.
not just that, and a
They have,
message. There is we have a message. Jamaica
You
know.
understand? Tell us about the track record of the party.
the most important one for me is the fact that the crime rate is now at record levels that we haven't seen in years. That has been my biggest issue. And if they can get rid of the extortion, I feel like everything will be gravy after that, because that has been a huge hindrance in people I'm familiar with starting businesses and continuing their businesses in the country.
So your ideology is independent. However,
Yes,
you look at the choices before us and you have to choose one.
yes. One has demonstrated
And
competence
you
and
are
economic
saying to me
prudence,
that
and the other one,
in making that choice, you are
mhm.
leaning towards voting for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes, they have a track record, and
And
the
you have
opposition
given us
has
a
not put
reason.
forth. Mhm.
You have given us reasons, the economic expansion or the economic
Yes,
development of the country, and crime,
yes,
the whole matter of crime reduction.
most importantly, yes.
But some would argue, my brother, that we still have a huge problem in the crime on the crime front.
Of course, relatively speaking, it is huge compared to other countries at the same economic level.
Yes,
But
but you still
historically,
feel that we're making progress on that.
we are finally making progress on that.
Mm.
The 1,600 murders a year still rings loudly in my memory. You can't forget that. That's going to school every day when I was a boy and hearing fled in nearby bushes, fled in nearby bushes, fled in nearby bushes. We're all familiar with that phrase every morning on the radio.
Portmore is now the 15th parish. I see some of
Yeah, it's looking
your
that way.
parishioners protesting that
Yes.
it is what they call it, what Fitzjackson call it, gerrymandering. Is that your
Yes. That is a valid argument. However,
that it is
I don't
gerrymandering?
think it will be that it can be considered gerrymandering, yes. But I understand where
No.
Fitzjackson is coming from, because it will be eating out of his constituency and a few other PNP members of parliament or opposition members of parliament constituency,
I
and that
don't
is
want
their
to
voter
go to the
base. That
political boundaries. I want to hear
okay.
your views of the whole concept of that part of the island being the 15th parish. As a young man in Portmore, is it
Sure.
something you
I
support?
think I think they're putting the cart before the horse in that instance, because I feel certain infrastructure still needs to be there first before it can be granted parish status, namely the hospital.
Cantidosan. Very good. Me glad you
Wait, Travi, wait
specific.
just 1 minute.
Travi,
What's your
Travi,
age?
make him finish. Make him land,
let him
What's
Travi.
his
Make
finish.
him land.
age?
Make him land,
30.
Travi.
Cantidosan, what's your age bracket?
30.
30. My brother, you live in Portmore. How long would it take you from Portmore to go to hospital in Spanish Town?
Okay. I have never had to
About
go
10
to the
minutes.
hospital in Spanish Town. I don't
About 10
frequent that
minutes.
side. I don't frequent that side. I actually couldn't point it out on a map. I've thankfully never had to go to
sir,
the.
you know the argument about hospital is
Mhm.
it's a weak argument, you know.
I'm open to that interpretation, sure. And I'm
You know,
not
it's a
anything.
weak.
Neighbor.
It's a weak. Joshua.
Good afternoon. If I may, I'm asking the courtesy. Contidosan, I will call you my friend, sir. You're a man I have great
Hey.
respect for.
That's
I
what's up.
have the utmost respect for you, and let me tell you why. And I've said it, and Travi was there when I said it, that you came on primarily leaning to one side, but after our conversation, you had the independence of thought. The independence of thought to take the information and go and do your own research. And for people like you, I can respect, because you're not slaves to anything or anyone or any party, and I respect that. You know, and I publicly applaud you.
Yes.
All right, so let me help you. Have you seen the master plan for Portmore, Contidosan?
No.
All right, so what you're expressing reservations about, there's a master plan that covers all of that for Portmore. There is a hospital planned, a fire station planned, a huge park that similar to Emancipation Park and the one in Montego Bay, which is planned for Portmore. There is a master development for communities, but not just communities that is just going to be sprawl or spawn all over the place, but it is properly codified and everything. Right. So when Portmore is, I know you would, when you say putting the cart before the horse, it's really a lack of information why you would have said that, because I believe if you had the information, you would have probably said differently. But the master plan has been in place for at least the last 3-4 years. The Jamaica Labour Party, at the time, it was headed by Daryl Vaz that came up with it, right? And as I said before, there's a hospital planned. In addition to that, almost anywhere in Portmore, at the shortest distance, it can take you 6 minutes to get to Spanish Town Hospital. At the farthest distance, which is Hellshaw, it takes you about 15-20 minutes to get to Spanish Town Hospital. And in addition to that, there's an expansion currently going on. If you go on my page, you will see I posted something there. Currently going on with the Spanish Town, or the Spanish Town Hospital. 6 floors high, 6 stories high, underground parking, and it will be almost state of the art in nature when it's done. So all of that is being addressed not only from the Portmore side, but Spanish Town side. So and plus they're going to be building more police stations. So when Portmore is finished, it will rival Kingston. Right. So
Yeah, I didn't know any of that.
right, and even the new municipal building that was built, it's under this government. So there's a municipal building already built there for that purpose.
And
You know.
to add to what Joshua would have said, according to I think it's Robert Miller, the Portmore Parish would be what they consider as a technocrat city for Jamaica.
Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley.
Right, Silicon Valley of the Cartwell of Jamaica. That's the the aim and that's the objective that the government wants for Portmore. And that's the plan that they want for Portmore. And the reason why. So these things are coming in place, Kanti Dosan.
Joshua, I'm gonna give you back the floor, okay? Joshua, I'm gonna give you back the floor. Let me just say that I'm actually I'm not sure if disappointed is the word, or I'm left, or is it that I'm left less than impressed that Shanti Dosan isn't excited for Portmore's parish status and the fact that you don't know of the master plan for Portmore. I'm actually less than impressed that you don't know this because
No, I wouldn't beat Travi. I wouldn't beat him that much, and let me tell you why. It is recently that he started opening up to a little more research than previously, and so it is going to be a process for him. Right, he's still learning more about the politics. Understand his background. If you understand his background, where he's coming from, then you're a little more sympathetic, right? He came from a background where he was being told previously, this is how it is, this is how it is, without much research. The research part of it now just began for him. So, and this is what, probably about 6 weeks ago, Kanti Dosan, that we had our conversation, that marathon conversation.
Thereabouts, yeah.
Right. So 6 weeks is really a relatively short time. So I make room for things like that. Probably another 2-3 months now, you probably will have less excuse, to use a better word. But right now,
Kanti Dosan, are you registered to vote?
Yes.
You are. What it is that impresses you about Jamaica today? What is happening in Jamaica that as a young man impresses you? Your age cohort. What are you impressed about?
Okay, I try not to think in terms of age cohort and in terms of a more specific demographics. Middle class, working class, upper class, and the like. And I will say what would impress me is that somebody of the working class is able to find some kind of gainful employment. There are more opportunities.
You said working class?
Yes.
Working class people are able to find employment in Jamaica.
More opportunity for employment, yes, because the employment rate is much lower, much lower than my historical anchor. And while I have my own issues, which I've expressed with Joshua and the likes, that the pay could be increased, in my opinion. But
the pay?
The pay, right? But that's a whole other discussion.
You are speaking about minimum wage, or you're speaking about
across the board? Across the board.
You have to be careful of that, don't you? Because aren't employers and employees getting into contracts based on their value, their worth, education, and things like that?
Well, you see, that's a whole other discussion, because my ideology is, if I am producing, for instance, if I'm working at a job for 10 years and I'm producing bricks, and somebody comes to this job and in their 6 months they're producing the same amount of bricks, I should be paid the same as that person who's been working 10 years. But again, that's my ideology, and it's a whole different discussion.
What does the government have to do with that?
Honestly, I think it would be out of the government's hands, and it's down to the employees themselves to unionize and demand that, because it is how do I say this? Raising the minimum wage is like a rat running on the wheel, and even if they were to raise the wages tomorrow, the surrounding companies would simply raise the cost of goods, and we're back where we started 5 years ago, wanting a higher wage.
But what is this independent?
Reducing the workforce is one way to combat that also.
Oh, that's for a whole other day, neighbor. Whole other day. I like to argue within the framework of PNP, JLP.
You promise to come back and let us talk about that, eh?
Yes, but I would have to for another day. But within the framework of the two-party politics that we have, that would be how I'd express my wants and needs.
You're some look on the
hello, neighbor. So the first topic you had mentioned in this whole panel was
Philippines. Can you muting?
That I'd like to go back to is, you were trying to ask, each person in the panel, how is it that the JLP, despite all of these capital investments into infrastructure, is going to combat the quote-unquote misinformation of the PNP saying nothing now go on, and how the man that run the taxi, the man that load the taxi at the station, is going to express that same sentiment that nothing now go on. And I believe what the issue is, that gap is, while creating a highway is excellent infrastructure in some people, in most people's opinion, and will help the country grow, that will not be a strong enough pitch to the common man on the street. The common man on the street does not care about large infrastructural investments that indirectly affect them. The common man on the street he will care about, after he has earned his monthly salary, if the price a rice.
Candidosa,
Yes?
do you know that the United States is a huge country?
Yes.
You know
I'm
that?
familiar with that. Yeah, I'm
You
familiar
know
with
that
that.
every state in the United States is larger than Jamaica?
By far, yeah, you can fit Jamaica in some lakes.
But do you know, Candidosa, that you can drive from any state in the United States to the other state?
Okay, yeah.
You know that?
Yes.
What is the economic impact of that?
There is a
And
measurable.
do you know, sir, that who it was that started that project of connecting each state?
I don't remember the specific president, but I do remember the wartime necessity in case they needed to move tanks across the states. Yeah.
The point I am making, you see, sir, is that the economic value of road.
Yes. Right.
You see the common man that you talk about, and this is why I am saying to people that we have to connect the dots, because
But that's what I'm
every
addressing.
demographic,
That's what I'm addressing. It's how it will be incredibly difficult to connect these dots because this common man
you have to
will not
connect it
care
to
about the
him.
GDP.
You have to connect it to him, sir. Because let me tell you something. The man who plants Kellyan down at St. Elizabeth, the man who plants Kellyan, when he loads the truck in St. Elizabeth and come over Fir Tree and hit Mandeville, him jump on the highway down at Williamsfield and he's in Kingston in 45 minutes.
I understand the use
That's
of
how
the
you
highway
connect
to
it.
transport
If you
capital.
never,
I
if you never put
understand
in
that
that
concept.
highway, this Kellyan man would have to go all the way around to Olaba. Yes? Through the
I
traffic to
understand.
Olaba town. You know what that does to diesel gas and to the truck?
Of course. I
Yeah?
understand. I understand. But the
That's how
issue
you
is,
connect
and
it. That's how this Kellyan farmer recognize that the highway benefits him.
I understand. But not
And the man
everybody is
who
a
works
scallion farmer.
the man who works $15,000 a week and he travels to Kingston, and when him late, him employer fire him. When him load up, when him get on a coaster bus in Old Harbor at 8 o'clock, the coaster bus is in Kingston at 9. That's
I
how you connect it.
understand. These are valid points, but they will not have a major impact on the common man's psyche because that's not something he is constantly reckoning with every day he wakes up. Right? To him, what is more important is, can I afford rice? Or when I went to the supermarket this month compared to last month, was the price less? When I went to the doctor this year as opposed to last year, was the price less? Was the service better? These are more impactful metrics that the common man is going to resonate with more than I understand the economic impact and idea of being able to transport capital to the markets to make your money.
But Contidoson,
Was I able to buy rice?
Contidoson, if I may, you know what are some valid points, but I want to add another perspective to it. I think part of the reason why the common man, these things mean so little to him is a lack of education. And I'm not talking about academic pursuits now, but lack of information. Because if we begin to educate persons and give them the comparative points, and they begin to understand how the world works and how it compares to another jurisdiction, then suddenly the expectation is less. And if the expectation is less, then the frustration becomes less also. Let us go back to initially the salary that you mentioned earlier. On the point of salary, I believe that people should get more. But the question is, can we get more? Right? That is it. The second thing, where is production in relation to those salaries that you're talking about? Because when you go to another jurisdiction, let me give you something. I know I went to a certain government office in the States, right? And when I went there were 60 odd of us. In fact, it wasn't even 60 odd, it was 80 odd of us. And I was out of that office in less than an hour and 10 minutes. I was out of the same office in less than an hour and 10 minutes. I went to another office, right? Just last week. In fact, not even last week. Yeah, it's last week. It was Friday to be exact. And when I went there, it was about 60 of us. And I was out in less than half hour. Try that in Jamaica. Try that in Jamaica. You're looking at 4 or 5 hours easily. I went to a bank. Right? I went to a bank again in the States, right? And when I went to the bank, there were several persons ahead. And I'm telling you that in less than half hour, I was out. Jamaica, you have to block out half day for that.
I'm familiar.
Right? So I'm saying, where is our production in relation to our expectation? Right? Because production must match expectation. If we want more salary, then production must be increased, which means that the affordability of the employer would be better, able to sustain that increase that they're giving you because production is coming in.
Right. So if the man who is making bricks or blocks, he only make 50 every day. If he could just move that up to 60 or 75.
Right.
The man who sell the block is going to make more money, so he could get a little more.
Right.
Yes, ideally, yes.
All right. If I may expose neighbor a little bit, he will tell you that he and I have worked in a similar environment, not similar, the exact environment, and he will tell you my hours, how long they were. I'm one of those persons, when I go to work, I don't joke. I put in the time. So even if I reach late, you can't say my hours are short. You understand?
Hasn't the Prime Minister been trying to change the psyche of Jamaicans around this word productivity, that there can be no prosperity without productivity? Hasn't he been talking about?
He has been hammering it. The question is, how many of us are listening?
Right? Do we even understand what it means, Joshua?
No, I don't think. And that is why I speak of education, because that is why I think it requires education, because here it is. I believe that's where the opposition need to put away politics. And I mean any side which is opposition, it doesn't matter. Right? Put away politics and begin to look at Project Jamaica. That sounds familiar, neighbor? Yes. Project Jamaica, right? And begin to look at Project Jamaica and ask ourselves, where is it that we want Jamaica to be? And what is it that needs to be done to get it there? Because
but Joshua, you don't think that we have to settle this political argument first? Because do you think we can do anything within the next couple of months with all this politicking happening? You don't think we have to settle the argument?
It would be good to settle it, but unfortunately we have an opposition that has a win at all cost mentality.
But I get the sense that we are on pause right now in Jamaica. We just politicking, campaigning is on, and but therefore it's not good for the country either.
I don't fully agree with you. I think the opposition has forgotten about Jamaica moving forward, and they've forgotten this for the last 3 years, because they have been continuously campaigning and telling lies. The government, on the other hand, must be credited, because recently a new housing development was opened in one of Philippians can tell you in one of the inner city communities that the Prime Minister himself built.
Stick up in here, Joshua, because I hear Mark talking about common man. You're a man. You're a man that reads the Bible and know the Bible. And Jesus, I think the Bible says that the poor we will always have with us, not you, sir?
The poor will always be among us. That's exactly.
In other words, there will always be in every country those persons who require social support.
That's correct.
And you're correct, sir. But Mark, let me give you a little bit of my background. I won't give you everything. I spent 3.5 years living on the streets, living nowhere.
On the streets?
On the streets, right? My father passed 2 months before my 15th birthday, and I never knew my mother before I was 18, right? And I was a street boy for 3.5 years. So when you talk about common man, it don't get any more common than that.
You didn't have a place to live?
Didn't have a place to live, didn't have a meal to eat, no clothes to wear. I slept on the boats and unfinished building on people's veranda. And all of those things.
That for 3.5 years you didn't eat, sir?
Well, I would have, boy, that would be a miracle. Eh? Right? So,
but I understand.
Mark, it doesn't get any more common than that. Neighbor and I have known each other for close to 20 years. And he will tell you that my passion is social work because of my experience that I've had.
Yes.
My personal experience, right? That drives me. So when you talk about common man, it don't get more common than that.
Yes.
I was the lowest of the lowest. So come on, wheel and come again, Mark.
And lowest of the lowest, Joshua. But through education and uplifting ourselves, we would have rose and be where we are now. Because what? We realize that not because you're a product of the commonness, a product of the inner city, that does not stipulate that you must be a product of the inner city.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so how is the government assisting Joshua to pull these people up?
Well, let us start with what we have harped on quite often. Outside of the social programs which exist, the increase in path benefits being one, the $500,000 that is given to the young men who are wards of the state once they get to 18 years old to start life. There's also heart, because the free training that is offered, the tuition free heart that they now enjoy, as opposed to what the previous government did when they instituted a fee to go to heart. There's also
the high school diploma program where persons who wouldn't have, when they left high school, or persons from adults now who when back in the time they didn't get any CXC or anything, they are able now to go back and get a high school diploma and a few other subjects. So that is
I didn't even know about that.
Right.
About dance.
So you have that also.
Right. So the heart for me is the kicker, neighbor. And the reason that is the kicker for me. And in addition to that, let me just pivot over and then come back to this. The reduction in the
Joshua, you may have to do the weave. Trump speaks of the weave. Let me, and he says the only brilliant people can do the weave. Let me ask you this though. What of personal responsibility? Because I think we lay a lot of blame at the feet or foot of government.
So let me go a little slow. Let me go a little slow-ish, and let me tell you why. Because we're not only speaking to the intellectual-minded individual, but even the person who wants to learn, but they can't grasp something. So if we go too fast, we may fly over their head. And as Mark spoke of the common man, so let us cater to everybody, not just in terms of socially, but also educationally. So you asked a question a while ago, what is the government doing? One of them, the lowered bus fare, is a good one for the students. The government has not only lowered bus fare for everyone, moving it from $100, but to $70 if you have your bus pass, right? And has not increased bus fare in 9 years. That's no mean feat.
In other words, the government has had to absorb all the
debt incurred,
right?
Right. And not only have they absorbed it, but they have improved the service.
Exactly.
Right. And improve the service and more buses.
They're continuing to improve the service.
Right. Not just improve, but expand it also. Right.
Yes.
Right. In addition to that, For the school children, the government has done something which is marvelous, where the bus fare is now $40. Right?
$40.
And $40.
So
And
like
it
when I
does
was going to school in the 90s. I used to pay more
right.
than that.
And not only that, but the government now has a school bus program that they've started working on, wherein free rides are going to be given to students. So apart from the $40 bus fare, you now have free rides.
Exactly,
Right?
because I think even right, because in I think East Portland's Member of Parliament Anne Marie and East and West Portland would have announced that through donation they would have acquired buses to transport the rural students to and from school, based on the fact that there were, I think it was an accident recently that involved the fatality of a student. So they would have incorporated and put in place that initiative to eradicate such to eradicate that altogether. So that is one
All right.
initiative
So
also.
yeah. Thank you, sir. Wealthy boy, you sound like somebody I want to listen to every day and keep quiet. You know, you have a wealth of knowledge, it seems. Right? In addition to that, where traffic on, man? My God, my brethren traffic on left me. In addition to that, let us weave back to Hart to borrow neighbor's commentary. I think Hart is the kicker because remember, Hart offers a wide variety of courses, not just skills now. Even nursing, Hart is now offering, right? Nursing courses, and all of these are free. Not only are they free, but you get you get diploma level. And not only is it diploma, but it's internationally recognized, and the government is now supplying you with both bus fare and a little lunch money, which amounts to $67 per month for you to go. So here it is, you're being trained free of cost and educated free of cost, and you're getting fare to go and also lunch money, so you don't have any excuse at all not to go and get educated. For me, it don't get any better than that. So that's a government responsibility. I think the rest is up to the person to go and get the job.
A neighbor.
It is, Joshua. It don't get no more better than that. None at all. It is now incumbent on us as the persons who want the so-called qualification that the government is not so-called, that the qualification that the government is offering, for us to make use of the opportunities that are being presented to us.
Well, Joshua, I would love to hear your comment, therefore, on the poll that still suggests that 42% of Jamaica feels that the country is going in the wrong direction.
Jamaica, first of all, let me start at a different point. The management of the country for 18 and a half years brought about a level of voter apathy that we have never seen in the history of Jamaica. And so, in spite of the fact that persons have greater hopes than they have had before, people are still reeling from the 44,000 plus businesses. And remember, it's 44,000 registered business. And remember, for every business, every registered business, you have 3 or more that is unregistered. So if you multiply that by 4, then you get around about 1,600 to 1,800 businesses that the PJ Patterson-led administration and crew messed up. So people had grown quite skeptical of politicians overall and politics in general, right? And so they stayed away from the process. Even though there have been great changes and improvement in the economy, for those who grew up in the 90s, they would have heard their parents lamenting how hard things were, right? And in addition to how hard it were, they would have had their own experiences. And so there's still a great sense of apathy, even though it shouldn't be. We're a cautious people that once you bite me, you're not get the chance to bite me again. And then that's one. And then the second point is that Jamaicans are last minute voters. Right? A lot of things that we do, we wait until the final minute, right? Let us give you an example. The other day, the government was giving out the $20,000. By the way, it has been extended, the give back, right? And a lot of people never do it until the final minute. And this is money them I get, and we love money, right? So Jamaicans are last minute people. we will watch and wait and watch and wait until the final minute to move. So it is up to us who are knowledgeable, are in the know, continue to sell the message and to point people to what is happening in the country so that they move away from the propaganda. And then, even if they don't make up their minds as yet, they would have had a fair enough idea. Where is it that they think that their votes will go from election time?
But this common man, this notion of the common man that Mark continues to highlight, the common man. Who is this common man?
That's the question that I want to know.
Where is Mark? Mark,
Come on, man.
what he's prepared to come and tell me about the common man. Mark, do you want to tell us a little bit about the common man?
Sir neighbor, you were talking to me?
No. I was hoping to get a little bit of definition
To
of
engage wealthy.
a common man. All right, Big Don, you're a common man. Describe for me the common man in Jamaica. Who is that?
I guess I'd be a common man now. I wasn't born a part of the 21 families in Jamaica. So
Come up in the box, Mark. Come up in the box. I'm waiting. Big Don.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Who is the common man in Jamaica?
The common man is majority of Jamaicans. People who gets up every day, go out, work hard, keep abreast of the current and political affairs, raise our kids, send them to school. That is who the common man is. I don't know what Mark is, what if it's different from Mark's common man, but that is my common man. Regular, hardworking Jamaicans who wants to see our country move from where it has been, continue